Yo, 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 how we doing? We are back, and we're ready to roll. Tyson Campbell's already been selected by the Jaguars. Apologize for being late. He is, of course, out of Georgia. What do you think about this pick, Alexis? I think it's a little bit of a reach, especially the fact, you have Asante Samuel Jr., you have Afadu Melifonwu. There are definitely guys I would have selected over him, but I mean, good for him, of course, and he ran a 4.36, so they're getting a really fast corner.
I think that this is a good pick. I like Tyson Campbell. I had him in my top 10 rankings this year at corner. I believe I had him. I'm about to pull it up here because I wanted to get it right. I had him number 10th overall, which is what I thought. So, yeah, I mean, based on who's left at corner, I think Asante Samuel Jr. would have been a better pick here. I would have thought that because he's out of Florida. You got a Florida team. I'm all about the connections this year. I think that there's a lot of connections going on. But, my assumption with this situation is that fits a team need, and that's a guy that they obviously really like.
Yeah.
So I think it's a good pick. Like I said, I have him in my top 10 corners of the draft. I think this is a little high for him. But now the Jets are on the clock. So we are going to be more up to speed with the picks as they come in because I am going to do what we did towards the end of our stream yesterday and have Twitter pulled up. Twitter always has it first, so we are going to do that.
I think they're going to go JOK. I don't really love it for Blake Cashman, but
I think they're going to go JOK too. Robert Saleh is the new head coach over there. I pronounced that right?
You did.
Okay, good.
Awesome.
And he's a defensive guy. And
Yeah.
I think that what a great first defensive pick for him in JOK. An absolute beast. So he's going to get, I think he's going to go JOK out of Notre Dame, but.
I mean, I think he's the best linebacker in the draft. As you know, that's definitely kind of where I've leaned. So I'll be surprised if they don't go JOK at this point. I think that's what I would say. Because I think he fits them well, and I think with him, with Blake Cashman, with Moses, or not Moses, what's his face? Totally forgot his name. The guy he got from the Ravens.
Who they drafted last
Totally
night?
Blake. No. They signed him in free agency. I'm totally forgetting.
Who signed him?
The Jets.
Oh, Mosley.
Mosley. I almost said I said Moses. Mosley. So you have Mosley, you have Cashman, you have JOK. That would make a lot of sense. I'm curious to see where they go. I will be updating my rankings and posting at the end of today. I'll have my rankings up, and they'll be updated for day 3 tomorrow. How we all doing?
How is everyone? I've got my computer covered with the Rams, thankfully, but the Steelers helmet is still in view, unfortunately. Even though Adam is in here, it's still on our desk.
Well, he's there in spirit.
Yeah, this is our spirit figurehead for Adam.
Yes, that's literally why we kept it on the desk.
I'm going to pull up my mock draft because for some reason it's slipping my mind who I had predicted the Jets taking here. I believe I had the Jets taking, Javonte Williams is who I had them taking. But the pick is in for New York, and the pick is Elijah Moore.
Elijah Moore.
It's a good pick. I like it. It wasn't. So
they're adding more to the receiver room.
Yeah. Well, they're giving Zach Wilson a weapon.
Yeah.
So
you have Mims, you have Moore.
Oh yeah, Mims, and that's gonna be. I
mean, you still have Crowder. So
yeah, Crowder. Who else is on that depth chart?
That's what I'm blanking. I'm gonna pull it up right now. I'm totally blanking.
The only thing that's surprising to me about this pick is just you would think Robert Saleh wants to get defense. I mean, and they have another pick in this round, so he could still get defense.
They added Corey Davis in the offseason, so this is a loaded receiver group now. If Denzel Mims, the second-round pick of last year, ends up becoming what we think he can be, you have the revitalized Corey Davis, who found his stride last year. You have Jamison Crowder, who's one of the better slot receivers in football, very underrated. And then you get Elijah Moore. I think that's a really good top 4. They also signed Keelan Cole. So there's a lot to work with there for Zach Wilson. So you have to feel good if you're Zach Wilson, knowing your team is going out there, gets you Elijah Vera Tucker in the trenches, goes out and gets you a weapon in the second round.
Yeah, I mean they're doing what they didn't do with Darnold. They're going to build around Zach Wilson.
Yep.
So
it's very true. I mean, Robbie Anderson was pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, but I mean, where was he drafted? Like, I don't even.
He was mid-rounder, I thought.
Yeah.
Well, that means that the Falcons are on the clock.
So the Falcons are interesting here. They take Kyle Pitts, who's going to wear number 8.
Oh, wait. Are they on the clock?
Yeah, they're next.
They are?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to make sure I got that right because I got that wrong last night because I didn't factor a trade, or I did a trade.
Oh, now they're not. Atlanta's trading the pick according to Adam Schefter, and he has not announced to who. That's so funny. Right on command. You're like, are they on the clock? No, they actually just traded it.
Well, think of trade, but no one has said to who. Is it going to be
the Broncos have traded up. Who do you think they're getting? Oh, they're getting JOK. Remember what I was saying about them getting Parsons?
Yep.
They're going to get JOK.
And
I love it for them.
I love it for them. Well, okay, we haven't heard officially, but that's got to be the pick.
That has to be the pick.
And I tweeted last night. I said, I'm going to pull it up. Last night, I tweeted, someone will trade up for JOK tomorrow. Absolutely insane that he fell out of the first round.
I agree.
So, man, that Broncos linebacker group is starting to get interesting.
Waiting to hear on who it actually is.
Yeah, the pick isn't in yet, but Denver did trade up.
I'm imagining it's going to be JOK.
I think it has to be JOK.
He's the
based on
best.
their team need.
Yeah, he's definitely the best option, I would say, for them. He's the best player available on my board, for sure. Not even close. That's funny.
There was just a ton of geese, if you could hear, that flew by that window that were very loud. So
just a little bit.
I'm very excited of what this could be because I think it's going to be JOK to Denver, as we've said.
And the pick is in, so we're going to see soon.
Let me refresh my little thing here.
Ooh, I saw it.
Javonte Williams.
So that's interesting.
Okay, that's interesting. But you know what? Do the Broncos have Melvin Gordon still?
The Broncos do have Melvin Gordon. They signed. Well, this sucks if you're a Mike Boone fantasy owner. You know, Mike Boone is the guy who comes from the Vikings. They signed him to potentially take over for Philip Lindsay. So this is going to take him completely out of the realm if you have Javonte Williams and Melvin Gordon. But hey, if you're a Rams fan, I know a lot of you are, this is good for the Rams. You want running backs to go off the board. You want quarterbacks. You want receivers. I know they want a receiver, but they have bigger needs, I would say.
Yeah, this is a little bit surprising, but I think some people are saying Miami was wanting Javonte Williams. So
yeah, I think before the draft, like a lot of people were talking about earlier today, that Miami was the favorite to get him.
Well, this I think is kind of a bummer for Philip Lindsay.
So we have a JOK meter where someone is counting how many times we say JOK, like 2 years ago with DK Metcalf. I think we said it over 100 times.
I'm not joking about JOK. JOK is not a JOKE to me. Okay? This is very important to me.
So this is
it's interesting because they did trade. That's right. Miami's up now.
So so this is a framework here. It's a 5-spot move in the second round, and it's a pick swap. It's a 2-round pick swap. So, the Falcons are getting a 4th rounder for for their 6th. Do you think that's a good move?
I think I think there probably was no one. Well, and see, what's interesting to me is I would have thought that Atlanta would have wanted to go after Javonte Williams. Could you imagine?
Yeah.
With the talent that they've added, getting Kyle Pitts and Javonte Williams.
Yeah, I mean, they added Mike Davis, who, I said yesterday, he had a pretty good year in Carolina. having to take over for the injured Christian McCaffrey. But they need another guy. I don't think Mike Davis is a bell cow.
Well, yeah, that's actually, now that I think of it, that's very surprising to me that Atlanta wouldn't take him. I would have liked that. That would have been a scary Atlanta offense.
Yeah.
Well,
so we already know this pick, and then Miami's next. And I mean,
let's see if Miami's pick is in yet. But that really screwed Miami because I know that they wanted Javonte Williams. Okay, Miami's pick is in. Miami took Javon Holland.
So Javon Holland, good athlete, very good athlete. He had a lot of ball production. It wasn't extremely impressive. A lot of those were thrown right at him, and I don't understand how he's going ahead of Trayvon Merrick.
That's what I was about to say. That's surprising.
I don't get that.
I think what we start to see in drafts, and you and I pointed this out last year, is teams just get really fixated on their guy.
Yes.
So this could be a situation. It was like the Tyson Campbell pick by the Jaguars. There's something about players sometimes.
Yeah, because I had a third-round grade on Tyson Campbell. So, yeah. I mean, I thought that was a reach. And then here at safety, I had a third-round grade on Holland. I had a first-round grade on Merrick. Trayvon Merrick, I think, is the best safety in this draft. I didn't think it was relatively close.
Well, I'm going to say this. Philadelphia is going to take Pat Freiermuth. That's not announced, but that's what I've been calling.
I'm shocked that Jacksonville didn't take him to get a legit tight end.
Why? They have Tim Tebow now.
Oh, Lord. Miss me with that.
Hey, it's very real. It's very real.
I'm scared of how real it is. Okay.
But Philadelphia is on the clock. I mean, I can't believe the Falcons wouldn't want Javonte Williams. That is actually really mind-blowing to me.
Yeah. So they're going with Javon. I mean, Javon Holland is somebody that's probably, he's a combo safety nickel, when you have guys like Xavier Howard, and of course you have they added Justin Coleman, who's actually their nickel, and then they have Byron Jones. Eric Rowe, Bobby McCain, he's going to take over as the free safety over Bobby McCain. So, yeah. I mean, it makes sense to draft a safety. The fit is great for the safety, right? I just don't think they picked the right player. I think Merrick can play everything and just offers way more as far as upside and what he brings to the field. I don't know.
1 second. I'm going to grab something from my backpack over here real quick.
Go right ahead.
Stepping out of the frame.
No, Adam is not invisible. He is just not here. Let's see. Someone actually asked that.
If Adam was invisible?
Yeah, Aiden asked that.
Well, we have... Hold on, I'll say it.
There's co-offensive coordinators for the Dolphins, George Godsey and Eric Studesville. How about that?
Well, we have Dan coming to do. Like, he's going to be here.
Yeah.
He's not invisible. He just won't be in our shot. Okay. I'm refreshing because I'm really curious who do you think Philadelphia is going to take?
Well, I'm not going to lie. This could be like a quarterback.
I saw the pick. Landon Dickerson to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Okay.
37th overall. Good for him.
I mean,
especially because everyone thought he was going to fall. Like, people were like, oh, he's going to fall to the 5th round. I'm like, no, he's not.
I thought he would. Because that, he's torn his ACL twice. He's had 2 ankle injuries. So he's missed 4 seasons. 4 seasons have ended abruptly due to injury. If he stays healthy, like, people were comparing him to, like, Jason Kelsey. Guess who's in Philly? And I don't think that guy's ever been retired, to be honest with you. It just doesn't seem like it's in his blood.
I did just take in a leave. That's what that was. I just feel the need to clarify what the pill I just popped was. Okay, I like this pick. I like Landon Dickerson. I understand the concern with his injuries, but listen, the upside is just so big. It's without the injuries, he's insane.
Yeah.
So good for Philadelphia. That's an Alabama pick with Devontae Smith.
And the Bengals are trading number 38 to the New England Patriots, who are probably coming up to select JOK.
And see what's funny is I had the Patriots taking JOK in the first round.
Yeah. I had them
We said JOK
I had them
again.
getting, Justin Fields, but
Also, let me know if I'm too loud because last night I was away from my mic. Tonight I'm up against the mic. So please let me know, guys, in the comments if I'm just insanely loud and we'll figure it out.
everything should be mixed accordingly, so we should be good. But yeah, just let us know if anything's out of whack.
So I'm curious to see what the Bengals got in return for this. But anyways, while we wait to hear what the Patriots are doing, what about those connections, Jake? Alabama,
Oh, here we go.
Devonta Smith, Landon Dickerson, Jalen Hurts.
You know what I'll say?
Yeah?
I could see JOK here, but I could see them also trading up and getting a guy, type of player that they've had before in Brandon Cooks. I could see them trading up and getting Rondell Moore.
I could see that. I think it'd be a little early.
This is about where he's going to go. He's going to go in between 35 to 50.
I saw who it is. Christian Barmore. I don't know that that's
the
a big...
Alabama connections, though. He's going with Mac Jones. I don't know what it is. Ever since you said that, it seems like all these guys are getting drafted.
I've been pounding the table, guys. My intuition told me that this draft...
Oh, no. That must mean the Rams are going to draft only Stanford players.
Well, I don't think it's going to be Stanford for the Rams, but I do think that this draft is all about connections. And Dan just got here.
Oh, he's got a Burrow jersey on.
Oh, and he's got a Burrow jersey on and a Bengals.
Oh, and he's got a helmet. Oh, my God.
A Bengals. Yeah. You guys can't see him, but Joe Burrow just walked in. We call him Dan. But Joe Burrow is in the studio. But the Patriots just traded up for Christian Barmore, which is what we were talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, another Alabama guy.
I just think that all the connections are there. Like, it's like all these teams are taking players from the same school. And someone is saying that I'm not loud. My audio.
Michael said, your volume is fine. Actually, one of the best live stream audios I've heard in a while. Hey, that's a far cry from yesterday.
Thank you, Michael. I went to college with Michael. That's my friend from college.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Okay. Anyways, well, now that the Patriots have traded up, they took Barmore. Who's up now? The Panthers. And I hate to say it, Jake. I hate this for you, but I think they take Asante Samuel Jr.
Really? After taking...
oh, no, they took J.C. Horn. You're right.
They took
You're right.
J.C. Horn. I don't know if they go that route.
I forgot that that's who they took. Okay. You know what? They could take Pat Freiermuth.
They could.
Huh? Oh, the Eagles? No, that stream is really behind. It's incredibly behind.
Yeah.
The Eagles took Landon Dickerson. Yeah. So...
Renee, I tried. The crawl is not going to be fixed. There's nothing I can do. You know, I was trying all day to try to get this RSS feed going.
Yeah, we can't get the RSS feed to work.
It's like, I mean, I don't want to mess with it because I don't want to ruin anything, but.
I'm going to get, let's see real quick. I want to.
Actually, all right. You know what?
Are you going to try again?
I'm not even going to do the RSS feed.
Both my parents just texted me that my volume is good. Thanks, guys. I want everyone to know that I did purchase a venti coffee from Starbucks for this because last night me and Adam were like
dead
asleep towards the end. So I was like, that's not going to happen to me tonight. I'm not going to crash. But I'm going to get a picture of Dan's desk. You guys, our friend Dan, hide that. He is Joe Burrow 2.0. I'm going to get a picture of what you guys can't see. And he's here.
We just ran into him. I mean,
We just ran into him on the street, and he was on his way home, and we're like, come here.
And that's literally how it happened.
Like, it sounds like a joke, but that is actually what happened. Dan Gleason. I'll tweet a picture of him.
All right. The Panthers at 39 have traded with the Bears.
Wait, what?
The Bears have traded up.
Okay, who can this be? This has got to be a tackle.
What if they get JOK?
On the Bears?
Wait, who picked it? Who picked 38?
Hold on. The Panthers were supposed to pick, and then they traded with the Bears.
Yeah, Panthers traded 39 to the Bears.
Yeah. Cincinnati traded with the Patriots, and the Patriots took Barmore, and now the Panthers were supposed to be up, but then they just traded with Chicago. Okay, and my friend Michael from college, who I was talking about earlier, we had in a lot of classes together, and the name is slipping my mind. Oh, it was Baptist history. It was history of the Baptist religion. And me and Michael took that together as was required, and we sat in the back and we had the best time. And our teacher loved us. Like, he actually really loved us. Like, truthfully, I'm not kidding. So, okay, this is interesting to me that the Bears have traded up. It's got to be for an offensive tackle. Their offensive line is so bad. The Bears took Tevin Jenkins. I love that.
That's a good move.
That is a good pick. The Bears have made some good picks in this draft, and that makes me happy. We've seen them suffer for so long.
They're going to try to protect Justin Fields. You know?
They have to. I mean, if you're going to invest in a quarterback, you got to protect him. I mean, they're going all in with Justin Fields. The Bears haven't had a true franchise quarterback in so long. My dad's texting me because my dad is, as I've mentioned before, my dad's side of the family are Bears fans, so they know the pain.
Does he like the pick?
Yeah.
I think it's a really good pick. He should have gone 17th to the Raiders.
Yeah, I mean, the Bears just drafted a tackle that should have gone in the first round, and he just didn't because there was other positions that teams were looking to fill. So this is a steal to me. I mean, you got Justin Fields, who some people think is the best quarterback in the draft. I mean, he's not. The best quarterback in the draft by consensus is Trevor Lawrence. And then number 2, a lot of people think is Justin Fields.
Yeah.
So the Bears have made 2 A+ picks, in my opinion, in this draft so far.
Yes, Renee. My father was the sound engineer. He fixed it all.
Okay, so I'm going to refresh my little ticker. I don't even know what it's called. I think it's called the ticker.
Let's see.
So no picks have been in since the Bears. We haven't seen what the Bears gave up yet for that pick.
Yeah. Look, there it is. I'm doing it manually. I'm done. I'm done with the RSS feed. We're doing it manually. It looks better that way.
He's had it.
I've had it. I'm also going to change it from black to blue.
Thank you.
Because I know how important that is to
you. It is important to me that it is a royal blue and not. I just feel like the white against the black doesn't look great.
Let's see how this looks. Does that look good? I don't know. Pretty bright. Maybe a little less. Let's see here. Hey, how does that look?
Perfect.
Cool.
I love it. Okay, guys, let's see. Who's even on the clock? It's Denver traded up, so it's who'd they trade with again? Atlanta? So is Atlanta on the clock now?
I'm
refreshing it. The trades threw everything off because everything was set and then the trades happened.
We're getting
okay.
White letters is what
the
people
Falcons
are requesting. Okay.
The Falcons selected safety Richie Grant out of UCF.
Okay. All right. That's fine. that's all.
Jake is
cool
like, it's fine through his fury that Morig or hasn't.
I don't understand how Merrick hasn't gone yet, but
is it Morig or Merrig?
It's Merrick.
Merrig.
Yeah.
I always get it wrong. I don't know why. Well, see, I don't know. I'm not as good as like grading out safeties. So like I had Merrick 1, But I also think Richie Grant is pretty good. Holden's probably bummed that he didn't fall to the Rams because he really wanted him to fall to the Rams.
He's not really. It doesn't really make much sense though for the Rams to grab a safety. You know.
Well, I don't think it makes any sense at all. But some Rams fans want the Rams to take a safety.
I had him as a second round grade. I just had him as like my 8th safety though. So.
Well, anyways, the Bears made a great pick. Falcons just made a good pick. I mean, I think Richie Grant is a good pick.
I think Richie Grant's a good pick. Hard hitting safety. He actually made a lot of money at the Senior Bowl. That's really what put him on the map. And I'm not really surprised he went this high. I personally don't view him this high, but it kind of goes back to what you've been saying. You know, like if a team really, really like falls in love with a player, they'll do that. And the Falcons, I think they stayed at their pick, or did they trade down?
They traded down. Remember?
They traded down. That's right.
Broncos traded up.
Yeah, because they got Javonte. Well, that's still a weird fit to me.
Well, what blows me away about that pick is not so much that Denver traded up for Javonte Williams, but that Atlanta wouldn't take him there.
Yeah.
Because that just seemed like such a fit for Atlanta.
No, I agree with that.
But that's what's more strange to me about that. But also, it just seems like there's a lot of running backs now in Denver.
That's also true. It's a little crowded out there. You know, them going out and like I said, them going out and grabbing, you know, the guy from Minnesota, Mike Boone, and then, you know, having Melvin Gordon already on the roster. It's a little crowded. But I think that's kind of like where the NFL's going. I mean, the Rams have Cam Akers, Darrell Henderson. You have Nick Chubb and
they're trying to do running
Kareem
back
Hunt.
by committee there. That's what it seems like.
Creed Humphrey is still available.
And they might
Did you
get
expect Creed Humphrey, by the way, to go after Landon Dickerson? Because I didn't.
no.
Because someone mentioned
Only
Creed Humphrey,
because
so I was like,
of the injuries to Landon Dickerson.
yeah, I mean, well, I think Creed Humphrey's a better player, but yeah, I do agree with that.
Well, who's up again? Atlanta is still up. Let me refresh. Oh, no. They did pick. So that means Detroit. Detroit selected Levi.
On Wuzuriki.
There you go.
Right there.
I can't pronounce any of the names.
Right there.
Yep.
Air 5, because she won't high five me.
Yeah.
I had to learn. Like Levi I used to call him Levi O, and now I was like, you know what? I'm gonna pronounce his name. I'm gonna get his name pronounced, and then I'm gonna go live on here, and I'm gonna know how to say his name. Now I feel good.
Well, here's the thing. That means Detroit has basically just drafted 2 tackles. They drafted offensive tackle in Sewell, and now defensive tackle in Levi.
They're getting a guy in the trenches. I'm a fan of that. I really like what the Lions are doing. I also don't think they're that bad of a team moving forward. I think they're going to be competitive. Jared Goff finally has, you know, he's going to have a huge left tackle. He goes from Whitworth to Penei Sewell, so there's not going to be much drop off. Like, I have Penei Sewell as a generational talent. So when you look at what the Lions have done, you know, you have Michael Brockers you get from the Rams. You have Trey Flowers, John Pennicini, who actually played pretty well last year, 6th-round pick in 2020. And now you're going to add Levi Umuzuriki, he's a beast. He's the best defensive lineman in this draft. Yeah. I don't think the Patriots got the best defensive lineman. I do think Levi Umuzuriki from Washington is the best.
You think he's better than Barmore?
I do. Barmore is more – he's a run stuffer. And Levi Umuzuriki is going to get there as a pass rusher, and he's going to be effective. He does a great job of using his leverage, contorting his body, you know, getting skinny, bending through, and, you know, he crashes the backfield, and he's going to be a problem.
Well, here's what's interesting. The Giants, I believe, are up now. I'll say it again. JOK. Why hasn't he been taken?
I don't know, but he can keep falling. He can fall right to the
Rams. Just don't.
I'm totally fine with that.
I'd be fine with that as well. Do you think that there's a need for him in New York? Off the top of my head, you'd have to pull up the depth chart.
For New York Giants?
Yeah, because that's who's up right now.
Oh, I can't see because they're like Richie Grant. They're so far behind.
Giants trade. Yep. To Miami. Interesting. Miami. Who's there? JOK? Come on, someone take him. It like hurts my soul that he's fallen so far.
Yeah, I don't understand it.
Well, I mean, that's interesting. Miami, because they haven't picked yet. Did they pick already? Yeah, they picked Holland.
Yeah, Miami picked Holland. So there's some safeties coming off the board, which is good for the Rams.
Well,
Merrick is still available, Alfredo. No one has picked him.
no one has picked him. Do you think this has to be? Have they didn't take a corner yet, did they?
We've already received 100 messages. They gave us a trophy.
Thank you guys, everyone who's watching.
Ooh.
Eichenberg.
Hey,
Liam.
you remembered.
Okay.
I said Eichenberg. You know what? I think you're right. Like last night. Who's picking him? Dolphins?
Yeah.
The Dolphins traded up and got an Eichenberg. Okay, that makes sense because they had Eric Flowers. They traded Eric Flowers. They're moving Robert Hunt, a guy they got from Louisiana Lafayette last year. I think second round, I want to say. They're moving him to guard. They just announced that. That makes sense. They're putting Eichenberg. And then I forget who they're going to have at tackle. I'm going to pull up their depth chart.
It's a good
here.
pick. I mean,
Yeah.
everyone knows that I like him. I'm a Notre Dame fan. And
He's just
so I've seen a
really
lot of
rock
him.
solid.
He's solid. And, you know, he's basically, you know, you see like the success of like Mike McGlinchey.
Would you play him at right tackle? Because they also drafted Austin Jackson last year in the first round.
I think he could play either.
I mean, I think I'd play him at left tackle. I'd put Austin Jackson at right tackle. I wasn't high on Austin Jackson. I know that's like their project, and like they picked him in the first round last year. I think Eichenberg is already a better player.
I agree. Well, I'm looking at their depth chart right now. Robert Hunt is pretty solid, right?
But Hunt is moving to guard.
He's moving to guard.
Yeah, they have Skira, who they added from Baltimore as their center. They have Michael Dieter at left guard, Solomon Kinley at right guard, but they're moving Hunt to one of those guard positions. So I'd imagine Michael Dieter's probably going to lose his job. Kinley will kick right in there, so will Hunt, and then you will have Eichenberg either at right tackle or left tackle.
I would probably put him at left tackle and move Austin Jackson to right tackle. Because I think did Austin Jackson play right tackle at USC, or is he left tackle?
I think he played left tackle.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know. That's hard to know for sure.
The Giants are scheduled to have double picks in rounds 1, 3, and 4 next year.
So
they've been racking up draft picks.
So all of a sudden, this guy named Dave Gettleman, who never trades down, is now traded down twice.
Someone said the 49ers are up. How?
Ooh.
Oh, yeah, they are.
I didn't get that alert. Bummer.
Well, this is where they were scheduled to pick. So they didn't trade up.
I do like that they're going back to the Miami. I like that they're actually giving Tua protection and they're giving him weapons.
What they're doing is they're basically saying that like there is no excuse.
Yeah.
There's Tua's prove it season. Dan, did you bring that grape soda?
Yeah, I brought them home.
Oh, I might have some later. I haven't had grape soda legitimately in 15 years.
I got these too. You can decide who takes what.
Ooh, jerseys.
For those.
I might put these on when the Rams make the pick. Do I want Higbee? Or do I want? Oh, you're already wearing one.
Yeah.
Or Rap. Oh, Higbee. No offense, Taylor Rapp, but total offense.
No offense, but like literally on air, like.
Dan,
ugh.
you should wear one later, and we'll all get pictures in our bone jerseys.
Yeah. What are the odds?
What a weird day for fate.
This is a weird day.
This is a weird day.
This has been a weird day.
This has been a weird day. All right, here, I'm gonna hand these back to you.
Michael's saying go Higbee.
Higbee? Yeah, I'm gonna do Higbee. Like, no offense, Taylor Rapp, but like.
But I'm tossing.
Sorry. It's just landed
Oh
on
my
his
God.
face. Okay.
Let's see here.
Oh, yeah, and also what weird weather because it's been raining here,
Oh yeah.
which is why like this hasn't dried the way I wanted it to dry, but like we're okay, guys. This is a casual environment.
Very casual. Let's see here.
Let's see what have we missed.
49ers trade back. The Raiders trade up to 43. Meanwhile, the Lions took Omusariki at 42 or 41. Wait, so
Yeah, we knew that.
okay, so the 49ers are trading to Las Vegas at 43. Who's taking 42?
42 was the Giants pick that they traded.
Gotcha. It's hard to keep track with that.
Yeah, I'm going to pull up something other than my. That's the thing, because we're seeing it as it happens, but a lot of times they just say trade, and we're like, but what?
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
I'll just like keep going like this.
Yes, thank you. We both should do it because I have it up, but we talk and then I forget.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah.
this is so barstool right now. We have a guy out there that's not on camera and he tells us stuff and it's like
Yeah, we aren't. Yeah, they can probably hear him a little bit, but there is a man or a ghost. We might be the only ones that can see him. We don't know, but he's out there. Yeah, our version of Joe Burrow. All right.
Okay,
So I just want to pull up the draft order. If someone can just a website. Oh, I got one. It's just not updated. Like I need like I don't know. I trust Dan to do this better than me. They are up.
Eric Geller Sports says you guys are doing a great job. Thank you, Eric. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
We're trying. Although today it's a lot easier because the mics sound good.
Your boy from TCU just went to the Raiders.
Oh, Merrick is going to the Raiders.
Wow.
So they do the opposite. So they reach, in my opinion, and I think your opinion as well, they reach on Leatherwood at 17.
Yeah.
And then they go and get Merrick in the second round here, who probably should have gone a lot earlier. That's a good pick.
Can you pull up real quick? Let's pull up the Raiders depth chart because I'm just thinking.
Well, remember they got Jonathan Abram from Mississippi State.
Yep.
They signed Carl Joseph back.
Carl Joseph. So they have Carl Joseph, Jonathan Abram. They bring him back. They have Trayvon Mullen, Amik Robertson, Damon Arnett, Nevin Lawson, Rasul Douglas they added, and Keyshawn Nixon, who we interviewed. And Isaiah Johnson from Houston.
Yeah, they're building a good defense.
Yeah.
For sure.
I mean, now I think, they add this is underrated signing. Quentin Jefferson is a stud that no one talks about. He's like one of those like super secret guys that just like he does all the dirty work in the trenches. The Bills cut him. He got signed by the Raiders. So I like that move. They added Solomon Thomas from the 49ers. That's another move I think a lot of people forgot. They, of course, drafted our guy Max Crosby in 2019 in the 4th round. They have Cleveland Farrell if he ever develops. Then you have Yannick Ngakoue, who they added. They've done a lot. Corey Littleton, Nick Kwiatkowski. This is a good looking defense.
Well, I'm just going to say this. So the Cowboys are up now.
Oh, so.
They cannot take Sheoke and Micah Parsons in the same draft.
Oh, I think they can.
Yeah, Sean Lee retired. And they took Micah Parsons in the 1st round. That would be insane if they had Jalen Smith, because there's that Notre Dame connection, Jalen Smith and JOK. We're talking about connections.
Yeah.
And Micah Parsons, but also don't they have another linebacker? Yeah. Yeah, and they could also maybe switch their scheme.
The way this draft's going, I honestly expect the Rams to trade back.
They might, but I'm also going to cry if the Cowboys get JOK because I don't like it when my guys go to teams I don't like. Kelvin Joseph. Okay.
Wow, really?
Corner from Kentucky, right?
Yeah, that's a little high.
Well,
I like him a lot, but he fell right outside of my top 10.
I mean, before Asante Samuel?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
Ifeatu
little weird, but
Melifonwu and Sante Samuel, Paulson Adebo, Aaron Robinson, and Tay Gowan I had ahead of Kelvin Joseph.
well, let me just say the Jaguars are up next, and I know it's a reach, but I think they're going to take Amari Rodgers from Clemson. I know it's a reach.
If you called this, because you called this earlier today.
I've called this for weeks.
Yeah, you.
I called Trevor Lawrence and Travis Etienne, both going to Jacksonville, and that happened. And I said that they were going to take
Is Freiermuth
Amari
still
Rodgers.
available?
Yeah, they could take him too, but I just think they're going to do it. I think they're going to take Amari Rodgers. I could be wrong, and they could maybe even get him in the 3rd round.
Yeah, I'm upgrading. Not upgrading. Updating. Upgrading my board. Updating my board right now. It's still, there's a lot of talent. I'm impressed by how much talent there is, like, available. Has Ojulari gone?
No.
Oh my God. Redshirt sophomore out of Georgia. Explosive first step. Great bend. You don't want that pass rusher on your team? Like, I don't.
Guys,
He was mocked to the Cardinals for weeks.
Yeah.
At 16.
if JOK falls to the Rams,
If JOK and Aziz Ojulari, I mean, this is a lot of talent, Alexis.
if JOK is drafted by the Los Angeles Rams,
We're
I
celebrating.
might cry on this live
He's my
stream.
number 1 linebacker. He's been that for
I
weeks.
might cry tears of joy. Like, I'm getting chills thinking about that possibility.
Let's see. So, yeah, I mean, this is
I mean, Jacksonville's
buckle up. There's gonna be some stuff that goes down here.
Jacksonville's on the clock, right? I mean, the Cowboys already selected. I'm refreshing. I don't see any news on the Jacksonville pick.
Let's see.
I'm trying to make it as long as I can without drinking this coffee.
I can go out and get more coffee. There's a place down the street.
Could you? All right. I'll let you know. But I'm mostly just waiting to drink it because
You realize if we waited any bit longer at my house or we waited any bit longer at
Okay.
Starbucks, we wouldn't have run
yeah,
into him.
Jake was freaking out at me because we were going to be late because the Starbucks line was so long.
I've never been in a Starbucks drive-through before.
Now you should thank me because if we weren't there for so long, we wouldn't have ran into Dan.
It's true.
Here's a funny thing. I texted Tyler earlier and I was like, damn, I wish I could stop by the, I call it the stew. It's just studio.
Yeah,
And,
this is the stew.
told everyone. And then that was at 11 o'clock this morning. And then
Wait,
I just happened to be driving through.
Isn't Peak? Is Peak? Did you invite Peak to come here?
Today, he can't today.
Oh, he can't
But
today.
tomorrow,
He might be
maybe.
here.
There's a lot of guys. All right, so, like, keep in mind, guys, they have 57, not 52. Like, remember that. I know they picked 52 and 57 last year. They have 57. So keep that in mind.
The Jaguars haven't. They are still on the clock. They haven't sent a pick in, so they're taking their time on this. I wonder why that is. I feel like, and it might just be that it's the 2nd round, but I just feel like picks are coming in so much faster. Michael
Maybe.
says, drink the coffee. It's good for you. No, it's not that I don't want to drink it. It's just that I don't want to get too amped up too quick. Like, once I start drinking it, I'm going to, like, shoot through the roof, and I don't want to lose my cool yet.
This is why I repeat when they pick, because someone's like, I thought it was 56. See? The more you know.
Good.
57.
Okay.
We have over 100. We have now over 100 people watching right now. That
Hi,
breaks
guys.
Yesterday's.
Everyone
Wow.
tuning in, thank you for tuning in.
Yeah, this is pretty dope. Not gonna
Some
lie.
weird stuff might go down in this draft. It's been a weird draft. Like, can you not? Like, this has been, and if you didn't tune in and watch us yesterday, something I was saying yesterday is my intuition going into this draft, and Jake can attest to this, was that there was going to be a lot of connections. And by connections, I mean a lot of teams picking players from the same school, which we saw 4 reunions happen last night. 2 of them were Alabama.
It's true.
You know, a lot of reunions, and I also think a lot of players from.
We saw an intra-division trade. We saw the Eagles and Cowboys trade.
I know, that's bizarre. Never
And
happens.
Giants fans are like, you don't do that. What are you doing? Like,
well, I also think, and the second part of that is I think that there's going to be a lot of teams that pick players from schools in their city. So, like, I think players aren't going to be moving that far. Walker Little to
Wow.
the Jaguars? Interesting.
wait, the Jaguars?
Yeah.
Who did the Cowboys pick?
Kelvin Joseph, remember?
Oh, this is throwing me off. This is so throwing me off.
We should almost just.
They said it's not your fault. They said the entire broadcast is 6 minutes behind
Oh, really?
Really?
for everyone. Yeah.
That
Oh my
is
God.
insane.
Colts picked their second round pick 6 minutes ago.
The Colts? How?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. They said the whole thing is 6 minutes behind.
What?
The Colts don't even have a second round
They
pick.
pick a 54.
Oh, yeah, they do. Wow.
We're not
Okay.
that far behind, are we?
Well, I'm looking at Twitter as it updates, so we're getting.
So I don't think we would know, but the people there probably are. Okay.
Well,
So weird.
that's okay. So basically, what they've done, the Jacksonville Jaguars have just drafted some protection for Trevor Lawrence. There's just a lot of other players that are better at offensive tackle. First one that comes to mind is Jalen Mayfield from Michigan is available.
Appreciate that, Ed. Just donated $10.
Thank you, Ed. I want to pull up my rankings here. But Jalen Mayfield is someone who I thought would go to the Jaguars potentially in the second round.
So then the Jaguars are picking Walker Little. You know what? I think they picked him, and I really do think this is why they picked him this early, is because I think teams are worried that the Rams having Kevin Carberry as their offensive line coach, I think they're worried that he was going to, they would take Walker Little. They'll take a Drew Dahlman. Like, everyone knows, you know what I mean? So it's I'm actually glad as a Rams fan. I didn't really want Walker Little. I definitely didn't want him in the second round. That's way too high in my opinion.
This is very high for him. Like,
I haven't even seen a mock this high. I saw him at 57 in the Rams. I've not seen him this high.
it just goes to
Show you with the
with
falling in love.
yeah, these teams, and what we've noticed is these teams just find players that they really love and believe in, and they'll just take them wherever they want. It doesn't have to make
I
sense.
had him like late third round grade. This is a reach.
I'm
for
pulling
sure.
up my offensive tackle rankings. So, Jalen Mayfield, did Samuel Cosme go? No. He hasn't been drafted. Samuel Cosme hasn't been drafted. Spencer Brown and Dylan Reduns. Who?
Jackson Carmen to the Bengals.
Jackson Carmen to the Bengals.
So they get Joe Burrow, a offensive lineman, big offensive line. We're talking 340-pound.
Yeah,
like,
but
big offensive
again,
line.
all the guys that I just listed 4 guys that I've ranked higher than Walker Little and Jackson Carmen.
I had
Yeah,
Carmen as a
it's a
I had
huge
him as a
reach.
second round pick.
Carmen?
Yeah.
I'm
This
not,
is about where I have him going.
I honestly think it's just he goes to a big school. What's interesting
The
here,
versatility. He can
what-
play guard or
what's
or tackle.
interesting is that the Jaguars could have picked him, and then he went the next pick, and there could have been that Clemson connection again. So the Jaguars
Here you
took
are again. The connections.
the Jaguars took Walker Little, and the next pick was Jackson Carmen. Trevor Lawrence is like probably annoyed by that. What could have been? So then that means who's up?
Chargers.
The Chargers are up. Okay. Well, could it be Pat Freiermuth?
I mean, I'm surprised he's still there.
Could it be JOK?
My God, I can't believe he's still there.
I don't understand. There must be something, and it's like I hate being like, well, there must be something we don't know, but
I meant to say that. So Ian Rappaport is reporting that Merrick slid to 43 because source said he injured his back while training. He wore tape on it at his workout. Scouts noticed. They got an MRI and revealed some issues. Clearly affected his stock. That's a bummer. I hate that.
Well, I mean, he ended up going to a pretty good defense.
Yeah. It sucks for him. I do, Walker Little, this is a guy, at one point or another, though, he was a top offensive tackle, tore his ACL, and then opted out in 2020. So it's like if Dylan Moses, who tore his ACL in 2019 as well, first-round pick, people were talking about Walker Little being a first-round pick. It's like he tears his ACL and didn't play in 2020. That's what Walker Little is dealing with. Like, Walker Little didn't play in 2020. He opted out, and he tore his ACL in 2019.
Yeah.
So it's like...
Well, the Chargers are interesting because they do need a tight end, and Pat Freiermuth is still there.
Yeah.
They
Hunter Henry's gone.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the guy that they got from Stetson, but I don't know if he's
Parham?
a starter. Yeah, Donald Parham.
Forgot they had him.
Yeah.
Well, at this point, I hate to say it, I'm rooting for JOK to fall into the Rams' lap. I think it would be...
I mean, you can't complain. It's the best linebacker. At least if you don't think he's the best, you probably think he's 2 or 3. And he is a game changer. He can cover everything.
It would be a travesty just for the draft if he fell that far because he truly is arguably the best linebacker in the draft. But if it means the Rams get him... It doesn't make sense to me. Like, I don't understand how he's still...
Creed Humphrey's still there, too.
Oh, man.
Creed Humphrey, Azeez Ojulari, Jeremiah Usu, Koromoa, Baron Browning, Dylan Moses, Jabril Cox.
Who would you rather have?
Don't give me that.
JOK? No, seriously. Who would you rather have, JOK or Creed Humphrey if they're both there?
Oh,
for
I'm
the
picking
Rams?
JOK every time.
I think
Creed
I am,
Humphrey's
too.
awesome. I think JOK can be, like...
Revolutionary.
Every single year, he's a Pro Bowler.
Every time I say JOK, I just feel like I'm saying JFK. I think about it every time I say JOK.
At least you're not saying Jock. That'd be annoying. Do they? I thought he
Jared
retired.
Cook retired yesterday. Isn't that insane? He did, and then he retired.
I don't. Someone said that in the comments. I don't know if they were just pulling our leg or something. But
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that was in the I thought that was legit.
Yeah. No, I don't know.
No, he's chilling. He's still on the Chargers.
Okay.
He's chilling.
Okay, someone trolled us in the comments. Well, I still think that they should go tight end here. They haven't made the pick yet.
Here's what I think this is going to be. And it's going to piss off a lot of Rams fans, but I think this is going to be Asante Samuel, or I think this is going to be Afadu Melifonwu. Because I think Brandon Staley wants his cornerback.
The Chargers took Asante Samuel.
Yeah, to me, I could totally see that. That's the type of guy that they would want. I'm not surprised. I mean, let's talk about it. Asante Samuel is a great cornerback. He's going to give versatility for Brandon Staley's defense. He can play in the slot because he's around 5'10", moves really well, he's a quick twitch athlete. But he's feisty. He's got a lot of his dad in him.
Yeah, it's a great pick, especially for what Staley's trying to build over there.
Yeah. And
but
I mean,
it's a bummer because
it's Chris Harris Jr., Tavon Campbell, and Michael Davis. Michael Davis, if you don't know the name, just know he's a very good player, very underrated, not a household name. He will be soon. So they add Asante Samuel, who will take over probably for Tavon Campbell. I like this. It makes a lot of sense. It's a bummer, obviously, if you're a Rams fan, but that's it's a good pick. I'm not gonna hate on it.
Yeah. Also, someone let us know if our sound is okay.
Yeah, Alfredo says he can't hear anything right now, but our mixer's coming through.
So
Look at Blaine. Blaine is furious.
I mean, a lot of Rams fans are going to be bummed because a lot of Rams fans wanted the Rams to take Asante Samuel.
Yeah.
So, well, sorry. I know so many people.
Sound is good.
Yep, I just got a text saying it was
Yeah.
all good. Well, Man. Well, that means the 49ers are up because it should have been the Raiders pick, but they traded with San Francisco.
No. Blaine is furious. Pissed is not even the word. He's furious. The thing he just texted, he's not happy.
Yeah. I get it. I totally get it. A lot of Rams fans really were sold that we were going to get him. But what you and I both said.
If they got him, I picked them getting him in my way too early mock draft last draft.
Yeah.
Like, that would have been quite the call. What were you saying in addition to that?
Huh?
What were you saying?
You and I both said that he wasn't going to be there, though. I knew that he wasn't going to be there for the Rams, so this isn't a surprise.
I had him
to me.
I had him going here. This is literally the exact pick I had him going.
I just think a lot of Rams fans are probably a little annoyed that it's to the other LA team.
Yeah.
But
he's a dog.
Yeah, I'm seeing Rams fans all over Twitter. They're just like mad on Twitter. I get it. They wanted him. But I'm interested in who the 49ers are going to take. Now we're talking about an in-division rival for our team, the Rams, which we're both repping tonight.
Yeah.
If the 49ers take there's no way they take JOK. I'll be livid. Did they?
No, I'm laughing at what he's looking at.
Oh, okay. I was about to freak out. I was like, no, I don't want JOK ending up in the NFC West. Why is someone tweeting about the Chiefs?
The Chiefs trade up?
No.
They were just talking about how all the teams got better.
Yeah, someone's just was tweeting about. I thought they did trade up, but they didn't. Well, guys, I mean, do you have the correct ticker pulled up?
No, because I'm doing it manually. So
I've been using Twitter as my ticker because they update so much faster than all these websites. Like, someone tweets it out, so that's what we're using. But when the NFC West is up, we're always curious who they take. We wanted it to be Mac Jones, and instead it was Trey Lance. Devastating to Jake over here. So now they needed to pick. They really need to reach on someone here.
yeah.
Here's something interesting.
Yeah.
Zach Taylor says Jackson Carman will, quote-unquote, come and compete at guard for us.
Guard. Okay, so if you
drafted
guys...
a guard?
Well, hold on. They can't... I don't think they can hear Dan. So Dan just told us that the Bengals head coach said that Jackson Carman's going to come in and compete at guard. And he was a tackle in college. So the Bengals are looking at Jackson Carman as a guard.
I'm not surprised. I don't understand why you would draft a guard there. Get a tackle. Like,
well, they like something about him. They think that he's...
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, that is interesting that he would say that.
I don't hate the pick. Carman went where I thought he should. I think he can play tackle.
I do too, but I think that they're not going to apparently use him there. Strange.
They're a very strange organization.
I just think that there were so many other picks that they could have made there.
I mean, they drafted Andy Dalton and then played him for how many years? I don't know. They're a strange organization.
The 49ers haven't submitted a pick yet. They've been on the clock for a while. Is this where we see Aaron Rodgers get traded? Oh, no, they took Trey Lance. Never mind.
No, they could trade Trey Lance for Aaron Rodgers.
Please don't.
Yeah, I don't want them to.
I really don't want them to do that. No, I don't know who they would. I mean, they could be trading down. This is like been one of the longer picks of the second round. It's been going pretty fast up until San Francisco.
Way to go, San Francisco.
Man, Rams Twitter is just bummed. That Asante
Chargers
Samuel.
are killing the draft like I expected. Everyone thought they would go defense because Brandon Staley in the first, but they end up getting Rashawn Slater. And then they get Asante Samuel, their defensive pick, in the second.
Some people are watching the draft on ESPN. Some are watching it on NFL Network. It is on both stations. I don't know if they're both behind. Dan said that some people were saying some of their feeds were behind. No, that is. Oh, yeah, that might. Yeah. Yeah, so the pick is in for San Francisco. And it has not. It's not on our thing yet.
Someone said, if JOK is so great, why is he falling? I have no idea why he's falling. I don't get it. And we said the same thing. We sat not here, but we said the same thing about DK Metcalf, and we were right.
Yeah, when we did the last time, so 2 years ago, DK Metcalf was falling, and we were like ballistic.
Oh yeah, and then of course.
But here's the thing, and what I think has happened, especially in recent years.
Oh, they're not gonna get him, are they? That'd be awful.
The 49ers.
Yeah.
I would cry.
If they got him and Lance, my number one quarterback and linebacker, I would really be mad.
I'm not saying the pick is in, but it hasn't been announced anywhere.
If they were able to trade down and get JOK, I'd be furious. So they got assets and get the best linebacker in the draft. Would piss me off.
I'd be pissed if they got him, but they haven't announced it yet. I'm on the latest. I have the latest thing.
Scheme fit is really hard. No linebacker coaches at his pro day. He's 214 pounds. Mental lapses, not fast. Tape is fun, doesn't translate. I just disagree.
It's just one of those things that some of these guys get it so wrong. Like he is undoubtedly, but see, I bet you all the coaches that have those complaints about him would say, yeah, talent-wise, he's up there. I mean,
But I mean, the Micah Parsons off the field issue, the hazing thing.
San Francisco picked Aaron Banks. My mom just texted me that.
Wow. Your mom is the MVP.
Thank you, Mom. Shout out to my mom. That's weird that it's not updated on anything online. But listen, it did? Okay, yeah.
Aaron Banks is good.
Aaron Banks is good.
He's a plug-and-play guard. He's going to go in. He's going to plug right into one of the guard spots, and he's going to be good.
Now, and here's the thing. This is higher than where I thought he'd go.
Yeah, definitely.
But I have no complaints. He was my rankings keep disappearing. I have them on a tab.
See, this is why you gotta have the spreadsheet.
But I had him, I believe, as my number six interior offensive lineman in the draft.
I had a second round grade on him. This checks out.
See, it makes sense to me. I just thought he'd fall for some reason, but I'm bummed he's in our division because I really like him.
Yeah,
I'm bummed, but they're looking to protect Trey Lance.
Do the Cardinals go with another linebacker here in JOK?
I will cry. Oh, is that who's up right now?
Yeah, they got Zaven Collins yesterday. Did you see Zaven Collins' interview?
Yeah.
Or not his interview, his phone call?
Yeah, amazing. I did see it. Amazing. Again, it's just a bummer when these guys that are so great end up in your division because you're like, I'm sorry, but I have to cheer against you. I have to wish bad things for you. Yeah, I had Aaron Banks, as my number 6th grade ranked interior offensive lineman. So now the Arizona Cardinals are up. Again, please be a team that passes on JOK. I don't want them in my division. So the only thing, and again, I'm going to go back to the Bengals pick real quick because they picked Jackson Carman. They're going to make him a guard. Rondale Moore to the Cardinals?
What? I told you, flashy offseason. They are the flashy team. They go out and they get Rondale Moore.
No, but here's what's confusing me about that. They have so many receivers now.
Well, think about this. Larry Fitzgerald, we talked about yesterday. He's not on a roster right now. So I don't know if he's going to retire.
He's not?
He is a free agent. AJ Green's older. Then you have Christian Kirk, who's coming up into his contract year, either this year or next year. And, I mean, you have DeAndre Hopkins. But it's like that's – sure, you got what's his face?
Can you pull up their depth chart real quick?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I just feel like the Cardinals have so many receivers right now. Like, here's the thing. Larry Fitzgerald is either going to retire or go back to the Cardinals. He's not going to another
This
team.
is them saying they made a mistake on Andy Isabella in the second round in 2019.
So here's the thing. This only makes sense if Fitzgerald retires. Hi, Max. Oh, Max in the comments. He's watching from Sydney, Australia.
That's awesome.
Our friend Max Quinn.
Thank you, Max.
Thank you, Max. It's probably late there.
Yeah. Damn.
Is this Max? Reply and tell us what time it is there. It's got to be like 2 a.m. there. But the thing is that the Cardinals are just.
Rondell Moore like squatted like 600 pounds. Like he's a freak. He's like, I think he's 5'7", which is why I think he fell. Like he measured in a lot smaller than people thought. He's like 5'7", but he squatted like 600 pounds. He's very elusive. This is somebody, they're getting their gadget guy, but this guy can legitimately play wide receiver on the outside. He'll be a slot receiver, though.
Well, everyone on Twitter is saying there's no way Larry Fitzgerald can go back on the
I don't see
Cardinals. I think he's retiring.
This is probably them also. I mean, first off, Andy Isabella, they're done with. He wasn't drafted by Cliff Kingsbury's team. You know, his staff wasn't there until 2020. Isabella, I thought, was already a reach in 2019. They already moved on from Hakeem Butler, who's in that same draft.
We're flying through this round.
Yeah, we are.
I'm going to start drinking my coffee round 3. I hope it's still good. I would feel bad if Dan went and got coffee for me.
It's 1:30 a.m.
Huh?
Thank you, Jack. Appreciate you.
Oh, really? I'll let you know. You guys can't hear him, but Dan is offering to go get me coffee. And we're going to see if this is still good. This is the one I had because, like I mentioned earlier, Adam and I were, like, almost falling asleep last night. Not that the draft wasn't exciting, but it was so late here. And I was on a flight all day, traveling all day, and I was crashing. And I was like, I'm not going to allow that to happen this time. So I'm going to drink coffee. I have nothing to do tomorrow except for this again, but that's at noon.
So Ramfan Ashton is saying that he thinks that the Carolina Panthers will select JOK at 52.
They could.
Yeah. Looking for a QB replacement.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. They could.
The Giants could take him here. You know, they'd be a fit. Washington.
Yeah, again, it's just so unlikely.
Putting him with Jamin Davis, are you kidding me? That'd be nuts.
It hurts because it's so unlikely that he's going to fall to the Rams. Like, I never in my wildest dreams would have thought JOK would fall to the Rams, but now that he's been falling, I'm like, keep going. I just can't believe when you pulled up all those criticisms from those scouts.
I couldn't believe those were criticisms. So, okay, so you're basically saying he's a talented football player and you're not a good enough coach to put him in position to succeed. He's a really tough scheme fit. That translates to me, you're just not that great of a coach.
I don't understand that logic of scheme, like, to me, because I don't see that out of him.
Yeah,
I don't see him
I don't know what people are seeing. I mean, he's at least, at worst, he's a hybrid safety linebacker.
Yeah.
It's not like he's anything that we've never seen before. He's not Isaiah Simmons last year. Remember that? No one knew how to use Isaiah Simmons.
I still think it's a weird fit for him in Arizona.
It is a weird fit, and they don't know how to use him, but...
I mean, you think he's going here? JOK?
Yeah.
Is that announced?
No.
Oh, you think he is? So Dan thinks that the Giants are taking JOK here.
Based
Is
on
is that who's
Yeah.
up? You're right.
They took him?
No, the Giants are up.
Oh, yeah. You said you're right. I'm like, oh. I want him to fall. I just don't think he will. I think this could be Ojulari.
It is. It's Ojulari.
That's a great pick.
That's a great pick by New York. Man, and
Did you see me? I pulled up the depth chart. I'm like, I think this could be Ojulari. She's like, boom, it is. right on contact. I was like, there we go. So Azeez Ojulari, redshirt sophomore from Georgia. Washington will be on the clock. Ojulari, he's not a 6'5" pass rusher. He's 6'2", so I'm sure that probably for whatever reason, because people don't learn that size is not a skill. I don't know. He's going to be really good. He's going to be really good for the Giants. You know, he's somebody that can come in. He, doesn't have a ton of production in Georgia because he's a redshirt sophomore, but he's got that great first step, very explosive athlete, great bend. I like him a lot. I thought he would go in the first.
I thought he'd go in the first 2. I had him going to Tampa Bay.
Yeah, so
this is surprising to me.
I thought he'd go to the Ravens. He seemed like a Ravens pick.
I would have thought that whole stigma around being 6'2" would have ended in 2014 with Donald
You would have thought, right? You would have thought Donald would have destroyed the stigma, but apparently not. That's why I always laugh and I sound like very condescending when I'm talking about it, because I just laugh at these teams that are like, we're still going by size. Like, really, size is not a skill.
Exactly.
It's cool if you have a 6'4" receiver that can run a 4.4 like Nico Collins.
Yeah.
Cool, but it's not like you have to have that. I could get 5 foot. You just saw the highlights that they showed on Rondell Moore, 5'7". Did he look like he plays like he's 5'7"? No, he goes up and he'll climb the ladder. You know. I don't know. So over that. Size is not a skill.
Size is not a skill.
Size is not a skill. Hashtag that. Send it to the moon. You know what we should do?
What?
We should get people hashtagging us. We should have a hashtag that people tweet, and we'll go through all of them, like at the end or something.
We could.
Want to do that? So like, what would we hashtag it? DTR live. DTR.
Oh, look at this.
Let's see. 1 second.
Let's refresh. Because isn't it? Wait. Dan, who is picking now? I can't find it.
I think it's Washington.
Washington. Okay, Washington is picking now. Real quick. Okay.
They might. All right. Well, let's try. All right. Let's. What do you want to call our hashtag?
DTR Live.
DTR Live.
Your notifications are wilding out on your phone. Can you hear that?
Yeah, I'm a little popular.
Rams fans are still wilding out about Asante. I get it, guys. I just never got it in my mind. Okay, Washington selected Samuel Cosme. They needed that.
Wow.
It's a good pick.
Yeah.
I like that pick. I mean,
you had him getting Darisaw, or you thought that would be a good fit. Yesterday.
I had them taking Darisaw in the first round.
I like that. And Cosme's very athletic. He's gonna help. I definitely like that pick.
Well, yeah, Samuel Cosme. Huh?
I just saw that.
Oh, you just saw it? Yeah, I had him ranked as my 7th overall offensive tackle in the draft, so I think it's a good pick.
Yeah,
and that
now we're
means
at Carolina at 52. JOK. Well, let's. I'm gonna update this board.
Well, didn't Dan over here said that he thinks they're gonna take JOK, right?
No,
Carolina?
that was Ram Fan Ashton.
Oh, Rams fan Ashton. Okay. Well,
Okay.
I wouldn't be shocked.
Dan's like, what? I didn't do anything.
I was just confused.
Let's see.
Ojulari really fell that far. Damn. Jabril Cox is there, who I think might be the pick if the Rams.
I had him going to Washington, but they took Jamin Davis.
Wouldn't it be like fairly inexpensive for the Rams just to move up like 4 or 5 spots to get someone who they want?
Let's see. Yeah.
Someone said, I hope we get Creed. I don't know if you're a Rams fan or not. But I have the Rams taking Creed Humphrey.
Ray Dunes is still there. Mayfield's still there.
Yeah.
Humphrey, Wyatt Davis. That's the plug and play guard of the draft.
I felt like, well, let's see.
Like, I thought he was a lot better than Aaron Banks. So I'm a little shocked that the Niners.
Oh, the
didn't get him.
Panthers traded to the Browns.
The Browns already have like the most stacked roster on paper. Who are they gonna go?
They
after?
can't take JOK. They don't. Who's their linebacking core? They don't. Well,
They
actually, hold on.
could. Think about it.
I'm not sure. It
Think
can't
about
be that
when you're
much.
that loaded, you can trade up. And honestly, they got Greg Newsome yesterday to just add to the ridiculously stacked.
They could take They'll take JOK and replace Anthony Walker.
No, they just got Anthony Walker.
They did?
Yeah. Taki or Phillips, and they'll make them more rotational. Probably Phillips.
Well, it also could not be JOK. We're just assuming that.
Well, I mean, their offensive line's great.
Yep, they took JOK.
Yeah.
Wow.
The Browns
are no joke.
are terrifying.
That is a terrifying defense. They got Greg Newsome and JOK. Wow. Yeah, it wasn't that long ago that the Browns were the laughing stock of the league, and now they're just insane. We're typing away at this news.
I'm just updating the ticker.
Man, I had.
I actually spelled his name right.
You see this? Interesting.
I don't think so.
It's all right.
That's all I know.
Man,
Shout out Nick
guys.
Hamilton. He just quote tweeted, said, "Tune into the show. Appreciate you."
What's up, Nick? Well, JOK is finally off the board. I don't know how many times we've said his name. Someone was counting in the chat.
Yeah,
earlier.
I don't know how many times we said it, but
Man.
what an amazing draft for the Browns. You go out, you grab Greg Newsome, okay? You add him to Troy Hill, John Johnson, Grant Delpit, Denzel Ward, MJ Stewart, Ronnie Harrison, Greedy Williams. And now you don't stop there. You go out and you get Jeremiah Owusu Koromoa with Anthony Walker, with Jadeveon Clowney, Andrew Billings, Jordan Elliott, and Myles Garrett. That defense is loaded. Loaded.
Yeah.
He's the best linebacker in this draft. He's going to be able to cover everything.
You think that the Browns are now like serious contenders in the AFC? That might be the best defense in the AFC.
I mean, well, on paper, I think they look like the best
paper.
team. Here's their biggest thing. Baker Mayfield. He's their weakest link. It's not like he's a bad quarterback, but that, like, when, that team is that stacked. It's just crazy what the Browns have done. Tennessee's at 53. Keep in mind, you're going to see a player that you want get selected at 56. Because Seattle knows how the Rams draft. And Seattle picks right before the Rams.
Yeah. My heart, because I had gotten my hopes kind of up a little bit.
Oh, I didn't get my hopes up. I knew
I knew someone was gonna take him, but in my mind, that little voice in my mind, I was like, could it be? But the good news is Creed Humphrey.
That rhymed. Could it be? Could it be? Creed Humphrey.
Whatever works, as long as we get Creed Humphrey.
Yeah, I guess.
I want him. I want him bad.
I'm kind of tossed between. I think I would go Afadu Melifonwu, but I also really, really, really like Jabril Cox.
And Dylan Moses, although the second I think is too high.
Dylan Moses is talent-wise, he's a first-round talent. But I feel like the way teams are going to view him, he could fall. You know? So if he falls, I don't know if I'd pick him there if I know he's going to fall.
Well, oh, guys, we'll see. Who's up now?
Tennessee.
Tennessee is up.
Tennessee, where could they go? I mean, they added, and we talked about it yesterday. We knew they were going to add Caleb Farley.
Yep. I think they go receiver here. I think they go.
They could, seeing as Nick Westbrook is starting. Yeah, it's A.J. Brown, Josh Reynolds. I definitely think they go receiver. Yeah.
I think they go St. Brown from USC.
Really?
Yeah.
I think they go
feel it.
Terrace Marshall.
Oh, yeah. I forgot he hasn't been picked yet. That makes
That's
sense.
crazy that he hasn't been picked.
That makes sense. I think it's him or St. Brown. See if it's updated. They haven't.
Seattle needs a center, so I think they're taking Creed Humphrey. Blaine and I talked about this earlier on Spaces on Twitter, and yeah, we're pretty we're pretty certain they're taking Creed Humphrey if he's there.
They could go 2-2.
Who?
Tutu Atwell, that'd be something.
Oh, from Louisville?
Yeah.
There's still really good talent, even if they miss out on Creed Humphrey, by the way. So. Yeah, I had Koromoa as a top 10 talent. that hurts.
I wonder where most people are watching this from. Are you guys watching mostly from Facebook or YouTube? Probably YouTube.
Good question.
I was just
Is
wondering.
there
I
a
mean,
way to know?
Dylan Ravens,
to where?
Tennessee.
Tennessee took Dylan Radunes.
That's a really good. Yeah, that's a really good pick. Dylan Radunes is awesome. He could have gone in the first round. He's going to help in the run game for sure. You have Derrick Henry. You're getting a guy in there. Yeah, I definitely like that pick. Bummer that he's off the board because I do like him. When you have Taylor Lewan, Roger Saffold, Ben Jones, Nate Davis, Dylan Radune's going to just fly right in there at right tackle. They have a really good looking offensive line.
They got to go receiver though at some point in Tennessee. They're.
Yeah, I think so.
I thought they should have done that in the first round, but.
So now Indy's at 54, and the Titans, they just took Ray Dunes. Indy needs a left tackle, so I'm not.
Jalen Mayfield.
I wouldn't be surprised if they did that because they didn't want Indy to get him.
Well, they could have. But I think that. Well, yeah, I think that Indy goes left tackle now. I think they go Jalen Mayfield out of Michigan.
Yeah. I think the Rams are trading out of 57.
If they do that and Creed Humphrey's there, I'm going to be annoyed.
He won't be there. He's going to get drafted by the Seahawks.
You think?
Oh, yeah.
Well, what if Jalen... Okay, but what if Jalen Mayfield's there? What if Spencer Brown is there? Wyatt Davis? Josh Myers? But see, there's also... Let me pull up... I mean, edge-wise, I could also see Seattle going edge. Joseph Asai.
They did just sign
Carlos Basham
Kemdichi,
Jr.
right?
Yeah, but Ronnie Perkins. I mean, I don't know. They need offensive line. I mean, I'll be bummed if Creed Humphrey goes to Seattle. Just another time Seattle just takes who I want. God.
That's why I can't get all hyped or excited until I see who Seattle picks. And not to mention Pittsburgh, they need a center too.
Is Pittsburgh on the clock right now?
Pittsburgh's at 55.
Who's on the clock?
Indy.
Oh, yeah. Duh. We
54.
just were talking about that. Well,
I mean, if I'm Pittsburgh, I'm taking an offensive lineman. You need him. The problem is this didn't work well for Pittsburgh because a lot of those guys went off the board. So Mayfield is an option here, but I mean, I'd say Creed Humphrey by default because if you need an offensive lineman, he's the best offensive lineman there, you know?
Yeah.
I don't see Creed Humphrey falling to 57.
I hope he does.
The next 2 picks after Indy, they both need centers.
We'll see. I'm anxiously awaiting this Indianapolis pick.
For the record,
Yeah.
Kyle, Jake's cousin, wants the Steelers to pick Creed.
Well, yeah, that
It's-
makes
it's
sense
a great
though.
Fit, yeah, they need to replace Pouncey because Pouncey retired. So no, I think Pitt, or if Pitt doesn't take Humphrey, Seattle's going to. Or like Renee's
Yeah.
saying, what you could see is Pitt goes Humphrey, Seattle goes Quinn Miners at 56, which I wouldn't mind.
Well, we'll see.
I have a 3rd round grade on him. I'm not about to reach on him just because the need of a center.
It's getting a little video of our setup behind the scenes, even though we're live, so it's not really behind the scenes.
Yeah, it's actually pretty cool. Where do you think the Colts go?
I think you have to take a tackle. I think
If
they
they
take Jalen
take-
Mayfield.
If they take Mayfield or Christensen or Forsyth or Brendan James, those are
Brady Christensen wouldn't be bad. I think Jalen Mayfield's the best available right now.
he is. I'd say so.
So
You could take a receiver.
I just saw someone say Pittsburgh is on the clock, but I don't see Indy's pick. Am I missing something?
No, it says the Colts pick is in.
Pick is in, but they haven't announced it.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
All right.
We are not going to see a quarterback go in the 2nd round, I think. Unless Pittsburgh takes someone.
No, Pittsburgh's definitely taking an offensive lineman.
Man, you've got to turn your phone on silent.
Myers in the 3rd is good.
Jake's phone is like blowing up and like vibrating the table every 5 seconds. I'm like, you gotta.
Well, look.
You're too popular. God.
I'll text you all back
Is that what
later.
having friends is like? But man. I mean, if there's one thing that Twitter is all in agreement about right now, it's that the Browns defense is just insane now. And our guy, John Johnson, is a part of it, who we miss dearly.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll go in one of his lives again soon. I don't see Indianapolis's pick, guys. It says pick is in on the TV, but the live update thing online doesn't have it. I just think you have to take a tackle if you're. I mean, Carson Wentz is so injury prone. It's just like.
Pittsburgh gonna take Creed, my boy, says Kyle.
Well, and you guys, thanks for being so active in the comments. You can also tweet us, Downtown Rams, or me, Alexis Kraft, or Jake, Jake Ellenbogen, DTSN. But yeah.
Yeah, and you can also hashtag DTR Live, and we will get to all your questions at the end after day 2 is done.
And at that point, I will be injecting coffee into my veins. All right. I think this should still be fine. It's like not hot anymore, but it'll be good. It's funny because I normally drink, not that anyone cares and this isn't related to football, but I normally drink iced coffee. And this morning, Jake picked up breakfast for us, and I forgot to put ice in front of my vanilla latte, so Jake got a hot vanilla latte, but it was really good. And so I got hot coffee again because I haven't had hot coffee in so long. But I was like, you know what? I'm feeling it. It's a vibe today.
Yeah. But
I
that
just
was
thought
on
I'd
Common Grounds, and that's
the
not
coffee.
Starbucks.
Jake was so mad when I made him go through.
I wasn't that mad.
He wasn't mad, but he's like, "Why is the line so long?" I'm like, "You don't get it."
This is a little bit of a reach here. The Colts are selecting Deo Adenigbo
Wow,
from
that's a
Vanderbilt.
talk. That's
Coming off a torn Achilles. He'll be cleared in August to return to play late September/October.
that's the reach of the draft.
But teams had first-round grades if he was healthy. I don't know. I didn't love his film, but
Well, whatever. They need to go offensive line. Do they forget that their quarterback is now Carson Wentz?
I had a 5th-round grade on him.
I had him going in the 4th.
So we're kind of in the same thought process. Shot by Nolan's like, who?
Someone said Jake comes in clutch by messing up the coffee order. What a guy.
Oh, yeah, it's Vinny.
Yeah,
That's my
talk
guy.
about a good mistake. Steelers pick is in.
Yeah.
Dan has
Oh,
said
we know who this is. You don't just make a pick that. Well, the Steelers never take long to make a pick. They're just like, boom. We know.
please don't be Creed Humphrey.
I want it to be Quinn Miners.
Rams Twitter
Give me all the fire.
Rams Twitter in shambles.
Just please. I want the chaos.
So the pick is in for Pittsburgh, but it hasn't been announced.
I almost announced it, but it wasn't actually happening. But I was typing what we were talking about.
Oh.
That would have been bad.
So everyone kind of thinks that the Steelers are going to take Creed Humphrey, which is who we want on the Rams. I mean, the Steelers need offensive line help. Big Ben is like 50 years old, so he can't afford to get hit anymore. He's been injured already. I just saw it. The Steelers took Pat Freiermuth
Really?
out of Penn State.
So who's
It's
gonna
a good
block
pick.
for Najee Harris? Who's gonna block for Big Ben?
Pat Freiermuth.
Apparently he's playing center.
Yeah, but
Oh my God. He is the best tight end remaining, without a doubt.
yeah, he's like the most consensus tight end number 2 ever.
Yeah.
Like Kyle Pitts was
I agree with you.
Yeah.
100%.
like Kyle Pitts was obviously number 1.
Yes.
No doubt, everyone knew that. But then like Pat was 2. Like
Yeah.
it wasn't even up for discussion. So that's a great pick by the Steelers. It's just again they desperately need an offensive line. It's like the same thing with Indianapolis. Like who's going to protect your quarterbacks? Jalen Mayfield is right there, but Pittsburgh, I guess, just
I
couldn't
could
do
see
Mayfield.
Seattle getting Jalen Mayfield. I don't know. I see that fit.
I do. Which means,
They're not going to pick him.
well, no. I mean, well, no.
Are you laughing
don't.
at the pick?
Kyle's texting me in all caps.
Okay, that's funny.
Is
My cousin doesn't like the pick, apparently. He's
so
a Steelers
Jake's cousin, who's a Steelers fan, is he happy about this pick?
Adam's brother,
No.
actually.
I wonder how Adam feels. We should call Adam. Or he's busy tonight. He's
Yeah, I'd call him
he-
if he wasn't busy.
Yeah. Well, I wonder how he's gonna feel when he finds this out.
So Kyle doesn't like the pick, I'm assuming. Freiermuth is really good. Like, he's really good. And at one point, everyone thought he was going to be, like, the top tight end. But then, I mean, Kyle Pitts existed. And
My Steelers friends on Twitter are saying Freiermuth is bad.
no,
How?
he's not bad.
But I just think sometimes when your team picks someone,
Yeah,
you just are like, but no, he is very good.
Well, he has a chance to be the best tight end in
Our
Steelers
friend
history.
Andre, who works for EA Sports and is a designer on Madden, just tweeted the Steelers literally drafted a guy to get shut down by JOK. It's true though.
It
I
is
mean,
true, yeah.
JOK I do think wins that matchup.
All right, so
So who's up now?
I would honestly trade out of
Seahawks. Oh yeah,
57.
Seahawks. Well, if they take Creed Humphrey, I'll cry. I think they should take Jalen Mayfield.
I think they should trade out.
No, I'm talking about the Seahawks.
Oh, Seahawks? The
Yeah.
Seahawks are going to take either Miners, Mayfield, or Humphrey.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anybody else. That they
If
would
the
take.
Seahawks take Miners, Rams Twitter is going to
I'm okay with it.
be in shambles. Here's the thing. I don't dislike Miners, but I don't think he's a second round talent.
No.
I don't want to
third
take him in
round.
the second round. He might. I just feel like there's so much hype around him though that like he might go early,
I do too.
but he shouldn't.
That's my feeling. Mike, I really like Eric Banks from UTSA. So if you're looking for a defensive line player from the Rams practice squad, I think he actually made the roster. That's a guy long term that he has familiarity with defensive line coach Eric Henderson, so that's a guy to keep in mind. They're trading back at 57. Don't get your hopes up, guys. I don't think they're making that pick. I don't even know if Seattle's going to make this pick. Look at the way
You see
they're
this?
winding this down.
I was just going to throw that out there. Anyway, I think they should take Jalen Mayfield. If I'm Seattle.
I know he destroyed players at the Senior Bowl, but he's also, here's the thing, Miners has never played center in, like he never started at center. He played guard. He's not a plug-and-play center. I would worry about that.
On the clock? There's 1 second left on the clock.
They got the pick in. I'm waiting for the Rams to trade out.
Rams just tweeted out, we're up next.
The Seahawks took Dwayne Eskridge.
I'm not happy about that pick at all.
Why? Because you like him?
Well, I would have liked them to try to get him in the third round. I've talked about it. I really saw him as
Yeah.
potential guy for the Rams. They met with him multiple times.
Adam just tweeted, by the way.
Oh, what did he say?
What a terrible decision. So he doesn't like the Freiermuth pick.
So Adam does not like the pick. He's also not invisible. He's not here.
He's not here, but he is.
He's very upset.
Yeah, he is our guy, Adam. Spouting off tweets. Go follow him, Renegade Adam. You'll go see his rant right now on Twitter.
Yeah, it's actually right in the.
It is.
It's right in the thing.
It is still on our thing. But back to the Seahawks pick of Dwayne Eskridge. Man, that bums me out because I like Eskridge. I didn't really see him on our team, but I just like him, so I don't want him. And now they've got Metcalf and Eskridge.
Metcalf, Eskridge, Lockett,
Everett. Rams, don't disappoint us this round, please.
Well, hey, so they just picked Eskridge. So what do? You go out and get a corner. Afadi Melifonwu.
Rams are on the clock.
Yeah. Why did you say it like that?
Because for some reason
The Rams are on the
I was
clock.
thinking that there was
57.
a pick between
Nope.
the Seahawks. Okay. Man.
So
I'm Creed
surprised.
Humphrey is right here. Oh man, the Rams. My heart always drops because Rams, don't find a way to let us down. Listen.
Trade out. I really don't want to pick here.
If you realize if we trade out, we're not getting Creed Humphrey.
That's fine. I'm totally fine with it. There are plenty of guys on this board. I wouldn't marry any of these guys. That's the thing. I would look to trade down, get more picks. It's a really depth-filled draft. See if you can get another third. You probably can't, but definitely trade down.
I could see them trading down. It hasn't come out yet. They're still on the clock. I kind of feel like they're not going to. I don't know why I feel that. We are anxiously awaiting. So here's what I think. We should go like a Creed Humphrey inside offensive lineman. We could go middle linebacker or corner, or we could trade out. I don't know. I feel like if there was a trade, it would have been announced by now.
I don't know. Excuse me, they're not even on the clock yet. This is caught up too, for the most part.
Yeah, the Rams have been on the clock for over a minute.
Let's see.
Well, if I also want to warn, do you want to warn everyone what's going to happen if the Rams take Elijah Molden?
swan diving out that window.
Jake is very afraid that the Rams are going to take Elijah Molden with this pick.
I wasn't until you actually reminded me.
Well, you brought it up earlier.
Yeah, no, now I'm actually.
You've re-gotten scared about it?
Yeah, like, no, I'm actually having anxiety. This is bad.
No word on a trade yet. I don't think they're trading. They've been on the clock now for a while.
All right, guys,
So-
this is what we've been waiting for.
The
For the
Rams-
majority of you. A lot of you are also fans of other teams. So
Yeah.
welcome
for
all
the
of
Rams
you.
fans watching, for people who support me and Jake, I just don't know. I just don't know what they're going to do. I really don't. They're still on the clock.
I want Ifeatu Melifonwu. I'm sold on him.
I don't
And
think it's going to be him.
I think they might actually go him.
I mean, they might, but I just feel like
If they don't trade out, he offers a ton of versatility because if you lose Darius Williams next year, you only sign him to a 1-year
But what
deal.
about Creed Humphrey?
Well, there's other centers. Corners are thin.
But are you going to be mad if they take Creed Humphrey?
No.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
But
So,
I'm saying I would go Ifeatu Melifonwu.
before
because-
Creed Humphrey?
Yes. Because I think the cornerback position is like real thin right now. Think about it. If he goes,
I know. I just think there's some guys that can go later.
he actually made it. Like, I didn't think he'd make it.
I'm refreshing this page like crazy. Jordan Rodriguez said the Rams are going to stay put. So they are picking.
I think it's okay. Here are the guys that I think, after doing some digging, kind of talking to some people, I think they could go Nico Collins. Maybe not this pick, but later on. Wide receiver out of Michigan. 4.4 speed, 6'4 frame. I compared him to Kenny Galladay. So they have him. They could go Ifeatu Melifonwu out of Syracuse. That's the guy I want. Offers versatility. Would replace Darius Williams if he left. Can play slot corner. They could go Creed Humphrey. And they could go Jabril Cox. It's going to be one of those guys, I think. Or it'll be Miners. That's probably my least favorite of the bunch that I mentioned.
As of 10 seconds.
Yeah, Rebel Wilson brought that in.
Oh.
Remember in that video? That was really cringe.
I think they're going Creed Humphrey.
The
I
pick
feel
is
it.
in.
Pick is in. Let's refresh. Okay, Dan knows what it is. Don't say it. Oh my God, it's Tutu Atwell. I want to see myself out. Wow. That is a wasted pick.
Where is he?
Why do we just draft another Van Jefferson when we have Robert Woods and Cooper Kupp? They're getting rid of one of them. And Deshaun Jackson.
So it's Chatarius Atwell out of Louisville. Very fast wide receiver. Is going to stretch the field. Small receiver. I had a 6th round grade on him. I don't like this pick at all. I don't. To make the. I don't.
How could you
I
make
wow.
a pick that bad? How could you make a pick that like? There's so many other picks that would have been like quote unquote bad, but I would have at least understood it.
All right. All right. You ready? I'm about to pop off.
Yeah.
It's happening. This is the worst pick that we've seen in the entire draft so far.
Hold on.
You're at 57.
Repeat that.
All right. This is the worst pick in the entire draft you've seen so far. You are pick 57. You are Les Snead. You can trade down. You have Deshaun Jackson you signed. I understand he gets hurt a lot, right? But you also have Van Jefferson, who at this very pick you drafted last year, okay? You have Robert Woods. You have Cooper Kupp. You have Tyler Higbee. You drafted the best tight end last year in Bryson Hopkins, okay? And not only that, you have Darrell Henderson, you have Cam Akers, you have all these weapons. Tutu Atwell is a 6th round talent on my board. But it just pains me because look at who is available. Terrace Marshall is still available. Simi Fehoko is still available. Tylan Wallace, Nico Collins, Eskridge is gone. Jonathan Adams, Amir Smith-Marset, Shai Smith, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Diami Brown, Trayvon Grimes, Jalen Darden, Amari Rogers, Des Fitzpatrick, who's the better receiver at Louisville, Cornell Powell, Josh Palmer, Austin Watkins, Marquez Stevenson, Daz Newsome. This pick is horrible. I hope he's great. I hope I'm absolutely wrong, but this pick's horrible because you have other needs. Wide receiver again, 57? You get a small guy. You have this on the roster.
This is such a bad pick.
This
I'm
appalled.
such a bad pick.
I'm absolutely appalled. I'm sorry, Ram says. I can't be positive. You know me, I'm Mr. Positive. Jabril Cox is there. Let's just go through my entire board. Why are we going through wide receivers? No, let's just go, right? All right, so, who would have been a better pick? I mean, we already talked about wide receivers, right? Creed Humphrey's there. Wyatt Davis, plug-and-play guard. Creed Humphrey, first-round talent at offensive line. Kendrick Green, Ben Cleveland, Josh Myers, David Moore. Okay? Milton Williams in the interior defensive line to replace Michael Brockers. Jordan Smith, Patrick Johnson, Hamilcar Rashid, Quincy Roche, Carlos Basham Jr., Chauncey Golston, Joseph Asai. Okay? We're not done. No. Linebacker. Dylan Moses, Baron Browning, Cameron McGrone, Nick Bolton, Garrett Wallow, Derek Barnes, Charles Snowden. Still not done. Afadi Melifonwu at cornerback, Paulson Adebo, Aaron Robinson, Tay Gowan, Cameron Bynum. Still not done. James Wiggins at safety, Hamza Nasruddin, Divine Diablo, Jamar Johnson, Ardarius Washington, Joshua Bledsoe, Andre Sisco, DeMar Hamlin, Derek Forrest, and Sean Wade. I am blown away. This pick is awful. It's an F. It's the worst pick in the entire draft that I've seen.
Woods?
The worst.
Here's what doesn't make sense.
It's awful.
Woods, Kupp, Jefferson, Deshaun Jackson, Tutu Atwell. Guess what? I hate to say it, Rams fans. I don't want to be dramatic, but Robert Woods is probably gone.
No, he's. I don't think he's gone. I think they have.
How do you keep 5? Then can we unsign Deshaun Jackson?
They have some weird plan they're doing with this, and he's going to be more of a gadget guy. Tutu Atwell.
Okay.
Here's the problem with this pick. Okay, I don't think he's a horrible player. I have a 6th-round prospect. The guy can play in the NFL. I have no doubt about that. He's an athlete. He will find a Sean McVay will find a way to get him the ball. It's just what is there. The way this draft has fallen into your lap, you can get all these linebackers no one said the Rams could get. You can get an edge rusher. You can get a defensive lineman. You can get a corner. All these wide. I mean, Terrace Marshall's still there. I'm blown away. I had Terrace Marshall as a mid-first-round grade. Blown away. Oh, and by the way, you don't have a center unless you plan on moving Austin Corbett there. And if you play Brian Allen or I don't even understand it.
Here's what I don't understand.
Here's another thing, by the way.
Creed Humphrey was right there. He fell. Creed Humphrey, the best center in the draft, fell, and the Rams took a receiver. Here's the thing. There could have been have been bad picks that they would have made, but at least position-wise, it would have made sense. But this doesn't make sense to me. There's no need.
Sense makes no. I don't get it. And here's another reason why I don't get it. You have Matthew Stafford. Matthew Stafford can throw to Quintez Cephas. He can throw to Danny Amendola. Okay? He can throw to anybody, and it's still going to be fine because it's Matthew Stafford. You don't need to go out and get him all these weapons. He has more than he's ever had before.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to take a little quick break in Jake's mental breakdown to announce that Nick Bolton just went to the Chiefs.
Okay, thank you.
That's a great pick by them.
Yeah.
Now, Jake?
All right, I'll hear some more.
No, I'm good. I've vented enough. I'm furious, but I'm just trying to.
Sorry, guys. And Jake has every right to be this mad because the truth is they could not have messed this pick up worse. They could not have messed this pick up worse. Because here's the thing. Even if the Rams I would have understood, even if they went defensive lineman and taken a Davion Nixon, I would have been it doesn't make total sense, but okay. I would have been this, especially because, again, it's one, the position. But if you're going to go that position,
I think we're going to pin this.
St. Brown from USC. If you're going to take a receiver, they're taking a guy that probably I didn't think was going to go to the 4th or 5th round.
I will say this. I was really pissed when the Rams drafted Cam Akers last year. And what it came down to is when I went back and I watched the film, I watched every game. Like right after that, you remember, I came back and I was like, I love Cam Akers. I missed that evaluation. I didn't miss it on Tutu Atwell. The guy's small. Like, he is a small receiver. He doesn't offer anything they don't already have. I'm absolutely blown away by that pick. I cannot even believe they made it. And, you know, Blaine joked about this. He's like, they're probably going to pick, like, Tutu Atwell or something. Like, he said that earlier to me. Like, I want to say within the last 3 weeks. Here's Atwell's size for you, okay? So, Chatarius Atwell is 5'9", 165.
Here's the thing, and I see people on Twitter, people who aren't Rams fans are kind of like, here's the thing.
He's not Tyreek Hill, guys. I'm sorry. I can't. No.
This is the Rams are putting themselves in a hole because now it's really no excuses. Okay, fine. You went and got the guy who's, in my opinion, a mid-round talent, but they don't think so. This speedster, the knockoff Tyreek Hill, whatever you want to call him. Okay, fine. No excuses now. You wasted a 2nd-round pick on a receiver when there's like, are we not focused on protecting Matthew Stafford? Because guess what? If Matthew Stafford goes down, I know Jake loves John Wolford, but I don't think he's Matthew Stafford. And we traded so much for Matthew Stafford.
Well, he's not Matthew Stafford, but I do love him.
But we traded so much for Matthew Stafford that like you'd think we'd want to put effort into protecting him.
Okay, so here's Tutu Atwell's, because I want to actually give them something, like some insight here instead of just rambling on, right? Like I'm mad. We're all mad, but hey, we could add something to this. So Tutu Atwell stands at 5'8", 149. So actually way thinner than I originally thought. I don't know how he's going to play in the NFL at 149.
He's not. He's going to gain weight.
He has a poor explosive grade, vertical and broad. But his metrics, he ran a 4.39 40. He had almost the fastest 10-yard split of any receiver in the draft. His shuttle time was really good, and his 3-cone was pretty good. So overall, Tutu Atwell is just another one of those. He's a guy Al Davis, rest in peace, would have drafted because he ran fast.
I don't care. Like, okay, fine. He can. So what are we gonna do? Not play Deshaun Jackson?
So my point is that why grab that? Why grab a receiver at 149 pounds? Because you already have small receivers on the roster when you could have gone out and gotten Nico Collins, who's 6'4", and who runs a 4.4. So he's like the same speed, and he's 6'4", 220 pounds. So I understand we were saying size is not a skill, but like Tutu Atwell isn't better than Nico Collins.
So going ahead of Terrace Marshall, Diami Brown, and then Amon Ross, St. Brown. Because that's my argument here. If that's what you're set on, if you're going after that type of receiver, there's so many more guys that I have graded ahead of Atwell. That's I think the worst part of it is like if that's what you're gonna do, I don't agree with that thought process this early, but if that's what you're gonna do, take the guys that are graded higher.
I have a quote from McVay that I found.
What's that?
Tutu is D-Jax Jr. He said it on NFL Network.
So Sean McVay, Dan just told us, and I wish we had a mic for you at this point, but Sean McVay said that Atwell is Deshaun Jackson Jr.
Yeah.
Okay, so again, that kind of plays into what we were talking about, like that process, but that thought process there. But like, why did you sign Deshaun Jackson?
Deshaun Jackson also isn't 149 pounds. This is one of the worst picks I've ever seen.
This is probably the worst Rams pick that I've seen in a long time, and made
last
some
year
bad
I
ones.
thought last year was their best draft I've ever seen. They got everyone we wanted.
Last year was unusually good, but like if this is the foot we're getting started off on, Terrace Marshall Jr. for the Panthers.
Yeah, because they were just like, and then just picked Terrace Marshall. So they laughed at
Like,
the
here's
Rams
the thing:
and then
if
went to the
we
podium. And
if
like,
we
all
would
right.
have taken Terrace Marshall Jr., I would have been like confusing, but okay, he's a top talent. Like, I would have been like, this doesn't make sense, but at least we got a top talent. Like, Sean McVay is getting. I think Sean McVay is getting a little too, like. I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, but he's either thinking too hard about this or not thinking enough, or he's just like getting a little too wild. Like, I don't understand. This doesn't make sense for me. Man.
That was wow. Imagine like waiting 57 picks and then that happens. 56 picks and that happens. Wow. That is a letdown.
Like, it's just so funny because today we were like, Rams, please don't find a way to screw this up. I can't believe I haven't cursed yet on this live stream.
I am really impressed.
I'm impressed because, like, the way that I want to throw certain words around right now, explicit, Nate, like I cannot believe the Rams. Well, guys, the Panthers. Do we want to dissect that pick?
So the Panthers go out and they get Terrace Marshall Jr., who should have gone the first round.
Hold on. Okay, you continue. The Saints just drafted linebacker Pete Werner.
Okay, that would have been worse if the Rams got him. I don't like him at all in this draft. But anyway, so okay, let's talk about Terrace Marshall Jr.
Yeah.
6'4", guy that's gonna go up, play above the rim. He's gonna give Sam Darnold a big-bodied receiver go up and actually grab the ball out of the air. You also have Robbie Anderson, a guy that can stretch the field. You have your all-around, do-it-all wide receiver in DJ Moore. They also got David Moore from the Seahawks in the offseason. I'd like to see him get a tight end for Sam Darnold, but I like what they're doing. I like that Carolina's finally buying into him.
Yeah, I mean, Carolina's building around him. Pete Werner by the Saints, I mean, they nailed the first-round pick with Peyton Turner. I don't like this pick, especially because Baron Browning is still there, who's so good.
There's so many. We're just going to keep seeing all these amazing names go off the board, and the fact they didn't trade down just is – all right, I can't keep talking about the Rams.
Oh, wait, is the Bills pick in? Wait.
So the Saints get Pete Werner, like you were saying. I really don't like the pick. I mean, I don't, good for them, but where to have Pete Werner? I know people were higher on him than I was. Werner, I had a 6th-round grade on. Yeah.
So that was a reach by the Saints.
I mean, Jabril Cox is there, Dylan Moses, Baron Browning, like you said, Cameron McGraw, Nick Bolton. Well, no, Bolton just went, so I'll fill that in.
Let's try to cheer up a little bit. I feel like since the Rams pick, our energy has just gotten so negative because it's like...
Yeah, well, that's hard. That's a bad start to a draft.
I can't believe they messed it up that bad.
And, like, he's a good player. Like, I'm not saying he's a bad player, but he's not, like, a great prospect. That's the difference.
I'm so bummed because something happened when I was taking the video of your rant and it only recorded 6 seconds of it. But I guess it's on YouTube, but I was recording it on my phone.
Yeah. It'll be on YouTube forever. So when we try to get Tutu Atwell on the podcast, it'll be like, ain't no way in hell I'm going on your podcast. Be like, sorry. Let's see.
I love seeing Rams fans trying to justify this pick on Twitter.
Know. Like,
because there's people, there's the fans, and listen, I'm not hating because it honestly would be easier to be this way, but the fans that just think that the Rams could do no wrong, so that, like, they could be like, you know what, like, it's fine, like, there's obviously a plan. Like, I'd hope there's a plan. I don't understand it. I don't think most of us understand it.
There was a certain Rams fan that covers the Rams that gave me all sorts of crap because I didn't like the Brian Allen pick. And here we are, 3 years later, and Brian Allen can't figure out how to get on a field or play football when he's on said field? Just saying. Sometimes It's realism. Now, here's the thing, though. I don't think he'll be bad. But it's about where he was selected and how good the draft fell for the Rams.
Well, they took arguably a 5th round receiver in the 2nd round when we don't need him.
I literally heard "Hello, Darkness, my old friend" like through my head, like while that pick was being made.
Here's the thing. It's just like, are we better with him? Honestly, are we better with him? No.
I think so. I mean, I think
it's depth.
I think they're gonna have a plan of attack. You don't draft a guy in the 2nd round if you don't have a plan of attack. He's gonna be used, as kind of a dual threat type of guy, gadget guy. I think what they're hoping. Keep in mind, Sean McVay coached Tavon Austin for a year, so I think what their hope is that he'll be Tavon Austin, and
how'd that work out?
No, like what they expected Tavon Austin to be. You know what I mean? Like that's.
Okay, but then what about Woods, Kupp, and Van Jefferson?
Don't look at me. I didn't make this pick.
I know,
I'm just
but that's
trying
what I'm
to
saying.
explain to you. I think he will succeed as a gadget player. I also don't believe in drafting gadget players in the 2nd round.
That's what I'm saying. Like, to me, this is like picking Smith Marset out of Iowa in the 2nd round.
No, it's actually not, because he offers more. He can go up and pluck the ball out of the air. Tutu is not going to help you. If this is in, if Stafford throws it up there, it's intercepted, because Tutu weighs 149
I wonder if they just drafted
pounds.
him to return punts.
Don't tell me that.
No, I'm like literally like, why? Why do we?
Gadget player the 2nd, I'm done.
But like seriously, like the only way that this makes are they just expecting one of our receivers to go down? Like
Renee said, and Sean McVay couldn't figure out how to use Austin, so now we got Lester Austin 2.0.
Right. And then someone's saying, why not Terrence Marshall? Exactly.
God, Terrace Marshall would have been so nice.
Like,
he shouldn't have even been there. The fact that they passed. This is going to be one of those ones where you go back on Wiki and you're like, oh, come on. He's got a Hall of Fame tag next to his name. And that guy, they picked him. It's like when they picked Eddie Kennison over Marvin Harrison.
The Bills took Carlos Basham Jr.
Boogie Basham.
They now have Gregory Rousseau and Carlos Basham Jr.
I'm not as high on Carlos Basham, but it's a good pick.
I had him as a 2nd round talent, so this makes sense. It is a little surprising they took him and Gregory Rousseau. But they're building that defense.
Yeah, Rousseau's another one. Well, at least Rousseau's not there, and Peyton Turner isn't there, and they took I'm just trying to think of ways to make this better, because it's hard.
Make our pick better? It's not.
No, to make this situation better. I'm okay, at least Rousseau wasn't there, at least Peyton Turner wasn't there.
Maybe we should crack open a few drinks.
I mean, at this point.
I did tell Twitter. Didn't I not say on Twitter that the Rams draft choices historically drive me to drink? Historically.
Oh my God, it's bad.
We have a fridge of White Claw over there. I'm not going to do it yet. I'm doing coffee tonight. But it's just Packers are up now.
So the Bills took Boogie Basham.
Let's see. Are the Packers gonna? Oh man, this tweet. This guy tweeted. This 14-year-old kid tweeted, Tutu Atwell is 5'8", 149 pounds. I'm 14 years old. I'm 5'9", and 140 pounds. If I eat a little more, keep my workouts going, and gain a little bit more, I could get drafted by the Rams next round. How cool would that be?
Damn.
It's sad, but true. God. Can you turn your phone off vibrate?
I think I can. I've never done it before.
The Packers took Josh Myers, offensive lineman out of Ohio State.
It's a good move.
It's a good pick. They're protecting whoever their quarterback is going to be next season. But
the sound of silence.
There we go. Thank you. Jake finally turned his cell phone off.
His vibration. The cell phone's still on.
Right. But here's the thing about that pick. It's I think they've given up on bringing Aaron Rodgers back because they did not take a receiver. Maybe the Packers were just like, Atwell's not there. Guess
Yeah,
we're
I'm
not-
sure the Packers were like, oh, man. Well, actually, I wouldn't put it past them.
I just...
I hope he's great. I hope he's the greatest receiver ever. But it's not anything to do about him. It's about the fact they could have gotten him probably later. And they picked him when all those guys were there. That's all.
As far as the Josh Myers pick goes, I love that pick for the Packers. I think that, listen, whether it's Aaron Rodgers or someone else, they got to protect the quarterback. It's a great pick. And it is a little interesting because you think that, like, if they're trying to keep Aaron Rodgers, they'd go out and take an offensive weapon. But they haven't. So that means that... Are the Chiefs on the clock again?
I don't understand why you pick a guy because you think he's Deshaun
They are?
Jackson Jr.
The Chiefs are on the clock again. Yeah, I think so. I think that the Chiefs are going to take Miners or Humphrey.
I hope they take Miners. Packers select Josh Myers. That's a lowercase.
So someone said on Twitter, Van Jefferson, Cooper Kupp, Robert Woods, Shatarius Outwell, Deshaun Jackson, and a real quarterback. I get the logic there, but to me that seems, no offense, that just seems like a not thought out process. Like,
Wait, what?
yeah, like they're trying to name all of our receivers and our quarterback. But guess what? There's other positions in the football field. Like, that just seems like in Madden when, like, kids stack their offense and they don't think about anything else. You can't, like, it just seems like a not well thought out plan. It just seems like a very ignorant stance, honestly. I mean, you have other positions in the field that, like, you have to
Sean
fill
McVay
to
called
win.
him Deshaun Jackson Jr. But remember the last time they compared?
Did you see the Chiefs pick?
Yeah, Creed.
Are you kidding me?
Not kidding.
They got Creed Humphrey.
Yep.
So the Chiefs
The
get
Chiefs-
Austin Blythe for the Rams and get Creed Humphrey.
I hate that it's the Chiefs.
I know you do.
I hate that this is...
You have your reasons.
I have my reasons. But, oh, man. And just more than anything, it's because he was there for the Rams. He was there and waiting. And the Rams take a 5th to 6th round gadget player when they could have taken the best center in the draft, when center is a need for them, because the Rams are just thinking, oh, let's just play Madden. We just want to stack our offense, and we just want to go out there and just light it up. Like, not thinking about the fact that you actually have to do other things other than just, like, get which, to call Shatarius Outwell a weapon at this point, I mean, fine, but maybe a 6th round weapon. Oh, I'm so annoyed. I'm sorry, guys, if this, like, the comments, like, this is,
Yeah.
we agree.
I think Rams YouTube is losing its mind right now.
Yeah, this is a bummer. For everyone who's watching who's not a Rams fan, I hope our vibe hasn't changed too much. After this next pick, I'm going to start drinking coffee. If this is still good, let's see.
Yeah, let's try to let's try to keep the positivity though. Obviously, it's hard.
It's okay.
And Renee says I gotta swallow a bottle of antifreeze now.
Please don't.
Yeah,
We don't condone that, but
I love the vibe. Thanks, Frank.
is it just me, or did the second round go really quick?
It's flying by. So the Chiefs are getting Creed Humphrey here, and their offensive line that we bashed, by the way, is now loaded. You look, they have Orlando Brown, Joe Tooney, Austin Blythe, Kyle Long, and now they're adding Creed Humphrey. So what I'd imagine is going to happen is they're either going to move Austin Blythe to guard and put Creed Humphrey at center, Creed Humphrey to guard, or they'll have Kyle Long play right tackle and just put Creed Humphrey right in there or Austin Blythe. But that 5, that's one of the best offensive lines of football.
The Chiefs corrected that problem. It's funny because the Chiefs are a team that had a bad offensive line. They're like, we need to fix this. The Rams are like, Whatever.
Oh,
We won't play with the center. Like, we legitimately don't have a center on our roster. I don't know if Rams fans don't know that. Like, we're going to have to move someone to center. We don't have a
well,
center.
I will say Austin Corbett played center coming in, so he's actually a center. He can play center.
Okay, Dan
Dan
said,
just dropped the ooh.
so let me refresh.
I'll let her do it. This is pretty big.
Kyle Trask to the Buccaneers in the last pick of the second round. Yikes.
All right, then. Tampa could do whatever they want, to be honest with you. They're so...
That's what this pick was. They're just like, you know what? Like, we don't have needs. But I would have taken Davis Mills.
I had a 4th-round grade on Trask, but
So did I.
Productive player out of Florida. I think the biggest issue with Trask I had is that you had Van Jefferson, Kadarius Toney, Kyle Pitts, and Trayvon Grimes, and I wasn't, like, overly impressed with your film. So you had all the weapons in the world, and what came of it?
Well, that's the end of the second round.
Yeah, now we're on to the third.
And I'm drinking my coffee. But it's not like happy drinking. I'm like depressed from the Rams, so I'm like sadly drinking a lukewarm coffee. That's
Tutu Atwell.
Someone just tweeted, retweet this if you're bigger than Tutu.
Why are the Rams always memed? You notice that? Everything they do, it's a meme or a
I
gif.
think this is karma because here we were a couple days ago, like the 49ers are going to take Mac Jones. Ha ha ha. Like whatever.
I never bought that. I was
And
like, they're
now
gonna take
we're
Trey
the
Lance.
laughing stock of the division.
I wouldn't say so. I mean, they're still a really good team, and they're still a Super Bowl contender, and they're still my Super Bowl pick with the Chargers. But I would like to see them do more in the second round. Really, I would just like to see them trade down. If they got Tutu Atwell even in the third, I would have been annoyed, but I wouldn't have hated it. Like, I just hated this pick because of the fact they didn't trade down. And I just feel like he would have been
Our friend Holden just said the Chiefs are having the draft we wanted the Rams to have. Yeah.
Who'd the Chiefs get?
Nick Bolton.
I didn't really want Nick Bolton,
Well,
but
we're
I'd
talking
take
about
him over Tutu Atwell.
Well, I think
Second.
that's more position-wise. They took a
Yeah.
linebacker and Creed Humphrey. They didn't have a pick in the first. They traded down.
Do I always stick to like that area of the country where they draft like Oklahoma and Missouri?
The Chiefs.
I feel like they always draft Missouri
Yeah,
guys and like
they do.
Oklahoma. Yeah.
They Colin Saunders, Illinois. So yeah, very Midwest.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Can we take Eskridge off this board? I keep like forgetting to take Eskridge off because people keep making more picks. Okay. Eskridge
I
is
just
gone.
like I don't want to drink this anymore.
The Vikings really have 4 third-round picks.
The Vikings have 4 third-round picks.
Yeah.
Interesting.
You know what? Let's I'm gonna copy this, and we're going to make another one.
Dan, is that grape soda that you brought? Is that grape soda or is it codeine? Be honest.
I mean, depends what day of the week.
Yeah. Because right now, the way I'm feeling.
Weekends are for codeine, weekdays are for soda.
Yeah. Well, it is Friday night.
Why did that?
Okay. Who's the first pick of the third round? That's Jacksonville again, right? Jacksonville's back on the clock. Amari Rodgers. I'm calling it.
Are they really?
No.
Okay.
No, they're on the clock, but I don't know if they've taken Amari Rodgers.
No, I'm saying they're on the clock again. So
Yeah, it's
they
first pick
could.
of the third
It's
round.
the third round. This is probably where he could go. I wouldn't be surprised.
Honestly, I have so many notifications. I just cannot believe that some Rams fans are trying to justify. There's just some people that and I still love them, but there's some people that will literally try to justify. The Rams could have taken a punter and they would have like found a reason to make it work, but
It would have been like, no, wait, but like, he's good. Okay, so
well, I don't know if the clock has started or not on the third. I assume it has.
Okay. So I'm going to share my board.
Someone said on YouTube, I don't see any Rams fans justifying this pick. Go to my Twitter at the Alexis Kraft and go to my tweets about this pick and look at the replies. And you'll see it. It did?
Andre Cisco.
Okay, so with the first pick in the third round, the Jacksonville Jaguars took Andre Cisco, safety out of Syracuse. Why do I feel like they already took a safety? Or is that Miami?
The Jaguars?
Mm-hmm.
The Jaguars took a corner. They took
Campbell.
Yeah.
Tyson Campbell.
So this is a little, I don't know. I don't hate this pick. I mean, this is where I had Andre Cisco graded as a third round safety, but I also had him in my top 10 safeties because I just feel like this is not like a deep safety class to me.
Yeah.
I'm going to pull up my rankings because I don't want to misquote myself. But I had Cisco as my 6th overall safety. I had
Cisco's good.
I had Naziruddin. I probably pronounced that wrong. Out of Florida State. Ranked.
Nasruddin.
Yeah, him out of Florida State. Had him hired. Jamar Johnson out of Indiana. They're both available.
I missed both picks. I just went back. The Vikings got Kellen Mond.
Oh.
The Vikings got Kellen Mond. Now, let's refresh. Was this in the second? Or the third, I mean?
Yeah, it was with the same Andre Cisco tweet. I just never bothered to read the bottom half.
Oh, okay. So the Vikings took Kellen Mond, and this is where I've had Kellen Mond going in all my mocks. So
Interesting.
I had him going later, though.
Yeah.
I think this is a little high, but I did have the Vikings taking Kellen Mond. So this, I think, in their mind, this is Kirk Cousins' replacement.
Well, yeah, I would say so. Third round pick. A lot of people compare him to Dak Prescott coming in. I don't know if that's the greatest comparison, but toolsy guy. I don't know how much better he got. It was more the Senior Bowl. He came on strong, had a good Senior Bowl performance, and I think that's why the Senior Bowl kind of put him on the map, and that ultimately made him some money getting in the third round. But I'm not overly in love with Kellen Mond. He's my 7th quarterback in a rough quarterback class after the top guys. And Davis Mills is still there, by the way, and I think Davis Mills is better. So,
Did the Vikings? Ben Larson's furious. Did they trade up for this pick, or is this part of the?
Who did
their
the
trade
Jaguars
earlier?
pick?
No, I'm saying the Vikings picked 66th overall, but I.
From Elijah Barrett Tucker, right? Is it Jets?
Okay, so they got that pick from the Jets.
The Jaguars picked Cisco.
Yeah.
Oh, this is behind. Oh my God.
The Jaguars picked Cisco. The Vikings took Mond, and
Good pick. I had Cisco in the second round. So
again. So the Houston Texans just drafted Davis Mills with their first pick.
my guy.
That is who is probably going to be starting for them at quarterback this season.
Him or Tyrod Taylor.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. So it's probably going to be Tyrod Taylor, and then in classic fashion, David Mills is going to take over for him. But okay, that's not surprising to me. I mean, obviously, Deshaun Watson's probably out in Houston. They got Tyrod Taylor, but, and I feel bad because I like Tyrod Taylor, but typically he is a guy that fills in until the rookie's ready.
Yeah.
So
Poor guy who didn't even get to do that with Justin Herbert. They punctured his lung, if you remember, with the shot.
yeah.
That was horrible.
Well, Atlanta's back on the
Hey,
clock.
Dan, you want to grab me a water?
I was going to ask you if I could have one.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Take whatever you want
help
from our
yourself.
fridge, Dan. All the White Claws you want. What was I Googling here? Oh, you know what's interesting is the Falcons are up next, and I have them taking Melifonwu. That's who I've had them taking in my mock. I know you'll be bummed because you want the Rams to have him. He might not be taken.
I mean, he's not going to make it to 88. They ruined it.
This is from the Rams pick.
He's right in the camera.
Yeah.
There's his Burrow
That was
jersey.
Dan, and Dan, if you didn't see,
Or
brought
Joe.
Dan or Joe Burrow 2.0 brought me a White Claw inevitably for when the Rams drive me to drink. We'll just keep that in camera view. I've got like 3 things. I've got this lukewarm coffee, a water, but now I have 2 waters, and a White Claw. So I am the epitome of health. That's what the Rams do to me.
I hear you.
Okay.
How about it? It's over 9:30 on a Friday, and we have over 140 people still in our stream. We were over
Thank you.
200. Then the Rams made their pick, and it went way down.
Well, maybe we'll tune back in. So, yeah. So do we want to talk a little bit about Kellen Mond to the Vikings?
Yeah, I mean, first, like I said, the Senior Bowl. I think that was a big thing for him is that he showed up in the Senior Bowl, and he was like the MVP, I believe. He was named the MVP of the game, so that was a big thing for him. And the Vikings are now getting a guy they can develop behind Kirk Cousins, and when he's ready, he's gonna have weapons in Adam Thielen and Justin Jefferson and potentially Dalvin Cook. We'll see if they can.
I just don't see him panning out. I don't know why that is. Just when I watch him, it just maybe I'm.
Well, I'm not super high on him, but The Rams should absolutely not pick Jamie Newman at 88.
Can someone answer this in the chat? Does coffee stay like? So now that my hot coffee is lukewarm, does it still have the same caffeine content? Because I'm drinking this and I'm not feeling like I'm waking up any. Maybe it's just taking a while. Like it doesn't diminish the caffeine content, right? If you leave coffee sitting out, I truly don't know. That might be super dumb.
Yeah, I don't know. It does.
It does?
That's what they're saying.
Okay, that makes sense. I'm going to keep drinking it. Okay, guys. Everyone is saying yes. All right. Well,
Did Atlanta pick yet?
I don't think so.
Oh, yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, Jalen Mayfield.
Another really
I
good
cannot
pick.
believe he fell to the 3rd round. I can't believe he fell to the 3rd round.
I mean, Atlanta, that's a hell of a pick. Jalen Mayfield, I had a first-round grade on.
The only thing that changes is the flavor. This is from my friend Mike. The only thing that changes is the flavor. Caffeine stays the same. It's already been pulled at peak level. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I almost feel mentally like I'm getting caffeine, but it might be psychological because I have an addiction.
John Wolford could bulk up and play center.
I'm sure Sean McVay is considerate with how much he loves Wolford.
What? I have 4 first-round grades remaining.
Well, listen, Melifonwu was still there. Oh, our guy Gleason indicated that another pick has been made, and I'm scrolling. The Bengals selected Joseph Asai.
He's a raw pass rusher, but he has good size. He's a guy. If you develop him, he could end up being something good. But the thing is, he doesn't have a ton in his arsenal. Not a very toolsy pass rusher, and lacks a pass rush plan. But he's not a bad edge defender.
I had him in my top 10.
I know you did. I'm not as high on him, but I think he's definitely got the potential.
Mixing up between coffee
Oh
and
God,
water.
Mel's best available is Jamie Newman. Actually, mine's Ian Book.
At corner? I mean at
At
quarterback?
quarterback. Yeah, we're down to the 9th quarter. We've had 8 quarterbacks go off the board.
Yeah, I mean, that's
so
crazy.
Ian Book, and then Donald Hammond III from Air Force, Sam Ellinger, Zach Thomas, and then Felipe Franks, and then everyone else I have undrafted grades.
Nolan, I hope that you do try out to be the Rams center. I'm going to try out at this point. Honestly, though, are we sure that I couldn't be Rams receiver? Maybe I'll arm wrestle Tutu Atwell.
Kellen Mond is official.
I'm saying that's where I had him going, is to the Vikings.
They seem pretty happy, but I don't know if they even know who he is. I mean, I'm just being honest.
Carolina just moved up.
Ooh. Oh my God.
With who again? I'm not. The order keeps changing. So they moved up with Philadelphia. Am I right on that?
I wonder if this is for Brevin Jordan, who is tight end.
I had
I have a third round grade on him.
Yeah, I had. That's who I had. Carolina taking.
Make
is
it
Brevin
so.
Jordan. So I had Carolina taking Brevin Jordan. They could be trading up for him now. The Panthers took Brady Christensen. That's who that was for.
A good pick.
Because they took him, and they've taken. So they've taken J.C. Horn, Terrace Marshall, and Brady Christensen. The Panthers are having a draft. It's a good draft. For them.
Seems like everyone is. Never mind.
The Rams could save it.
It's so painful. I'm surprised. I thought Brevin Jordan could be there. They don't really have much at tight end. Ian Thomas, but I'm looking.
I truly don't think this coffee's doing anything, guys. Or I'm just like dead inside. After the Rams pick. Okay, so
oh my God.
that means Denver's up again, I believe. I have them taking Spencer Brown out of Northern Iowa in my mock.
Spencer Brown is the third best offensive tackle according to my board remaining. Stone Forsythe, and then Brendan James I had second round grades on. You could still get good tackles. This tackle draft is pretty. It's got some good talent. The problem is now, I mean, you're running out because since it was so loaded, now you're really down to Stone Forsythe, Brendan James, Spencer Brown, Robert Hainsey, and then Jalen Moore. After that, Dan Moore Jr., Landon Young, Josh Bell, James Hudson, and Cole Van Lannon. I don't really love guys outside of the grade 4, round 4 graded offensive tackles. I don't exactly love them moving forward.
Well, guys, I'm trying to think. So Denver's taken Patrick. No, did they? They took Patrick Surtain, and then they took. Who'd they take? We should probably pull up a list. Oh yeah, Javonte Williams. So yeah, I think they should go tackle here. I mean, like I said, I have them taking Spencer Brown, but really anyone at this point. Oh, the Broncos traded to the Giants. Okay, interesting.
Is that pick 70?
Yes.
So this is so far behind. Oh my God.
Yeah, people were saying that it's 5 picks behind.
Oh my God.
So who would the Giants trade up for here? Let's see. I had them taking.
Wait, the Giants traded down again, or they traded up?
They just traded up.
Okay.
You think that's going to be for. Dan thinks it's going to be for Melifonwu.
Oh my God, Fadu Melifonwu.
I think it's here. I'm not even going to try to pronounce his name.
So Dan thinks that the Giants have traded up from Melifonwu. It makes sense.
It's got to be.
Or I think it's going to be offensive line.
Yeah.
Let me look at who's left if we pull up our offensive line. You know what though? The Giants supposedly really loved Robert Hainsey out of Notre Dame.
It'd be Wyatt Davis, I think. They want to get a guard. That's the guy.
So Wyatt Davis. It could be. I know that they were apparently really into Robert Hainsey from Notre Dame. But it might not be him. It could be Wyatt Davis.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Wyatt Davis. He's the best. He's a plug-and-play guard. They have Will Hernandez, who's on a contract here out of UTEP. It's kind of been a disappointment.
Aaron Robinson.
They picked Aaron Robinson. So they went corner, but they didn't pick Melifonwu. So Aaron Robinson, the nickel corner out of UCF.
Okay, yep. Giants took Aaron Robinson, corner out of UCF. I like him. I had him ranked. Again, at my rankings, I open them and they disappear for some reason. I don't know what's happening. We have too many things open. But Aaron Robinson was a guy that I thought could even go at the end of the second round. So this is kind of a round
Yeah, I definitely could have seen that.
where I thought he was going to go.
Yeah, I had a third round grade on him, so he's going kind of where I expected. Really good nickel corner. Really, really fast. This is somebody that plays with a little bit of fire. He kind of reminds me of a Meek Robertson last year at Louisiana Tech. So him going to Patrick Graham's defense makes a lot of sense. You're now teaming up with guys like, the way, you look at James Bradbury, the way he played. Then they go out, they get a Dory Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're doing, they're doing something there.
Giants fans, how do you feel? Tell us in the chat. Yeah.
So we're
gonna have Dan text his Giant friends and see. I'm just curious.
I mean, Kadarius Toney was a bit of like a surprise, but he's a good player. I just didn't like the fit. But you still got a good player in Kadarius Toney, and then you get Azeez Ojulari.
I'm curious who the Lions take here.
They're so behind. This is ridiculous. Jalen Mayfield.
Someone said no Giants fans in the chat. I thought that there were. Yeah, Dov Kleeman. Again, I don't know how to pronounce anyone's name. Very well-respected NFL reporter said that there is a 5-pick delay between reality and the broadcast. So everyone in the world who's not at the draft or in the NFL is behind.
And it reset all my blacked out. That's so annoying. It reset my board. Who gives? Hey, look at that. Down all the way. Oh, who do you think that is?
Yeah.
It's just, oh boy.
Okay, so the Lions are up. They have to take a receiver. They have to. They've taken Sewell, and then they took defensive tackle Levi, right, out of Washington.
I love their draft.
But they got to give Jared Goff a weapon.
Best offensive tackle, best defensive tackle in the draft. So the best player remaining on my board is Dylan Moses. I wouldn't be surprised if they go a linebacker here. Jabril Cox, Dylan Moses, Baron Browning, Cameron McGrone.
The Lions drafted Aleem McNeil, defensive tackle from NC State.
I don't understand that.
I don't understand that because they already took a defensive tackle last round.
He's a third round grade for me. I just don't. Again, good player, don't get the fit.
This is a good spot for him to be taken. I think he's talented, but it just doesn't make sense for that team, especially because Detroit has really no receivers right now. I mean, they're okay, but like,
they just
who's Jared Goff going to throw to?
They just want to run the football, though. Let's be real here.
I guess because they have Jared Goff.
Well, no, because that's basically what a Dan Campbell offense would want to do. Dan Campbell just wants to run the football and play good defense. It's going to be like 80s style football. They're going to win like games 13
It's just a confusing
6.
pick to me.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a solid defense, don't get me wrong, and Aleem McNeil's a good player, but it's the same thing.
It's just a questionable fit for me. And also, again, they just in the second round took. But listen, we don't say his last name because we can't pronounce it. But they've got Levi and
Muzariki.
Him and Aleem McNeil. That's solid. It's solid, but I just would think that they would go receiver. So that means, well, Carolina traded up with Philadelphia, so I think now Philadelphia's picking.
Yeah. There's a lot of running backs available.
I had them taking Tyson Campbell, but I think that they're going to go Michael Carter out in North Carolina. Or Kenneth Gainwell. No, I think they could go Kenneth Gainwell, but I think he's gonna fall.
The Chargers, you think?
No, the Eagles are on the clock right now,
The Eagles are on the clock.
and I think they're gonna take Michael Carter out of North Carolina.
He's too much like the Miles Sanders they have, though.
I'm just saying.
I don't know. I think the Eagles, they'll probably go.
Brevin Jordan. They could.
They could. I think they're going to grab Melifonwu.
That's what I was thinking too.
We'll see. I keep refreshing.
My friend Johnny said, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm on the Bengals.
Thanks, shot by Nolan. Appreciate that. He's giving me credit for pronouncing Levi Umuzuriki.
I mean, how would you be able to do it?
Dan just said that his friends are way behind on the broadcast, which confirms that there is a huge delay between reality and these picks coming, in the broadcast.
D. Watts, appreciate you donating. Forgive the 57 pick if Melifonwu or Miners go 88. If they get Melifonwu 88, I'll live. Like I'll pretend that they didn't pick 2-2 at 57. I like him that much. I think he's that big of a contributor. I also wouldn't mind trading down. But
So the pick is not in yet for Philadelphia. Maybe they're going to trade back. I don't think they will. They just traded back, but they could keep going. I don't know. The Giants traded up to 71. So they traded with the Broncos. So after the Eagles pick, the Giants are going to pick again.
who the hell would they?
Who would they trade up?
That's not.
The Eagles just took defensive tackle Milton Williams out of LA Tech.
So Milton Williams is all projection. You know, he's got a lot of potential. There's some people that thought he could go in the first round. Kind of a tweener, defensive end, defensive tackle, kind of like you saw with Morgan Fox. He's that type of guy. But like if he pans out, that's lethal with guys like Fletcher Cox and they added, of course, Javon Hargrave from the Steelers and Derek Barnett. Like the front of that defense actually looks pretty good if Milton Williams lives up. And Josh Sweat.
So here's the thing. Did the Giants just trade up for Melifonwu? Because now the Giants are on the clock. They traded with Denver.
No, I don't think so.
I wonder
They
who.
would have picked him.
Wait, no, I thought the Giants picked Aaron Robinson.
Yeah,
They
picked
did, and they just traded up
Robinson.
again for 71, right? Or am I behind? Yeah, the Giants just traded up with the Broncos for pick 71 overall.
Maybe you are behind on that.
No, I'm not, because
They traded up again?
yeah.
No, this is the pick. See?
Well,
They take Aaron Robinson here. This is just way behind.
okay. So then who picks 74 though? Scroll down. Oh, okay. So Washington is up.
I was going to say, the Giants traded up again?
Okay. Well, you know what's funny is I saw that from their official Twitter. They just tweeted that a minute ago, so even they're behind.
Oh, wow. This is weird.
This is really weird. We're like living in two timelines. Like there's one timeline and another. But
Thank
like
you
that's
for donating, AZZA. Woods or Cup to Lions after draft. Reason for 2-2. I don't think they're trading either. I think they're doing that because they honestly want to use all of those guys. And I think Tutu Atwell they look at as a long-term guy. So after Deshaun Jackson leaves, he will take over the Deshaun Jackson role.
in the second round.
I don't agree with it. I didn't say I agree. I can.
No, I know. Listen, the pick is ridiculous. Like this is ridiculous. I just think that they're acting like
It's
when
almost as bad as Sam Sloman. I almost called him Slam Sloman.
this is like taking Sam Sloman in the second round.
This is a Roberto Aguayo pick. No, that will never be beaten of how bad it was.
So now we're waiting on Washington football team. I think that they could go. Let me pull up my thing of who's been taken so far, because of course now I'm blanking.
Oh, I'm not looking at my phone since.
Oh yeah, they
I
took
turned off
Jamin
the
Davis. Oh, did they
vibration.
just pick?
Benjamin St.
Okay, so
Yeah, I
the
wasn't a fan of his.
Washington just took Benjamin St. I think it's pronounced Benjamin St. Juiced, the corner from Minnesota.
Yeah, he's got stiff hips. Tall, 6'3" corner. I wasn't the biggest fan of him. This is kind of a reach according to my board. I had St. Juiced as a 6th round talent. So
I had him as a late third. So this is kind of around where I expected him
it's around
going.
where you expected.
So Dallas is up again, I believe.
Let's see. The end.
I could see Dallas
What's up,
going.
Exile? How we doing?
I could see Dallas going receiver here. I don't know why. I mean,
Dallas going receiver?
why not?
I could see him getting Brevin Jordan.
Oh yeah. I just always felt like they would take Hunter Long because that just
Such a Dallas
that
pick.
just fits Dallas so
Oh
well.
my
I don't know
God,
if they'll
you're
take
right.
him here, but I just feel like Hunter Long is basically Jason Witten 2.0. So we'll see. I had Dallas taking Ronnie Perkins here, but they've taken like, I don't want to get this wrong. They've taken Micah Parsons and they've taken Kelvin Joseph. So they could still go Ronnie Perkins.
I'm gonna send you a 2-2 Alvo quote.
You just sent me something?
Yeah. From 20 minutes ago.
Keon.
Well,
I'm just seeing this. Keon's like, did he run a 4.140? Oh,
Dan
God.
just sent me a 2-2 Owl quote that says, I just need the ball in my hands and I'll show you everything else. I don't care. I'm sorry. This is just, nothing's going to justify
I'm
this
happy
pick to
for
me.
him. Good for
Yeah,
him.
good for him. But
I hope he kills it. It's just not good value by the Rams. It's not his fault.
it's not a good value. It's just a horrible value pick.
Let's normalize not hating the player, but hating just the pick. The pick doesn't mean the player. I don't hate Tutu Atwell. I didn't like the pick. I didn't like the decision.
It's one of those things where it's like he would have been there in the later rounds. That's
know
like
he
he
would.
would have been there.
It's so... I can't.
But anyways, we're waiting on the Dallas Cowboys pick.
You're like, I'm loving this right now. This is amazing. Yeah.
We're waiting on someone says that I'm being negative in the comments. I'm being negative about Tutu Atwell after Jake went on a 5-minute.
They probably missed the 5-minute rant.
Okay, you think I'm being negative. You missed Jake's 5-minute in
Marco,
fury.
Alexis isn't negative.
Oh.
Hard name.
Okay.
Osa okay, nope. Done. I'm not pronouncing that. I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm not going to try to pronounce it. Osa from UCLA.
Yeah.
all I'm gonna
Good
say.
pick. I like him. To the Cowboys. I like him.
I
Which
heard
again,
they really liked him, so I'm not shocked. But I also heard they really like Boogie Basham, so I'm sure that's probably a supplemental thing. To
Marco
Boogie
said
Basham.
I missed his rant. So Marco, rewatch this, and then you'll understand why we're being harsh about Tutu Atwell.
I said all facts though. I just brought up everything that they have. Like I was not like I was.
You're right.
making
It
up
was
stuff.
it was facts. It was a very impassioned rant.
I had to.
Yeah.
Now I'm good.
Right. Now
I'm just gonna be passive aggressive during the entire rest.
okay.
Oh god. All right. So who took Cowboys took him? So I'm gonna update this.
So Cowboys took Osa, so they've gone all defense in
Oh
3
god.
picks.
Now I have to spell his name.
Look it up.
Jeez. Oh, there it is. Odigazewa. Nope, not doing that. Oh, it doesn't do all caps.
So that means that New York had traded. So who's picking 76 now? Let's see. Oh, Denver. You're right. Okay. So Denver's now on the clock. I think they should go offensive line, protect their quarterback, whoever that's going to be. Some people think it's going to be Aaron Rodgers.
It's also Odigazua. I'm so stupid.
Daniel,
It's so simple. It's Odigazua.
Okay, simple. Daniel Lopez just said, Alexis, what was the Rams' best draft year? Honestly, last year's draft, sorry, I just got really close to the mic. Last year's draft for the Rams was one of the best I've seen in a long time.
Oh, I love
Ever
that
since I've been alive. I mean,
that was the best Rams draft I've ever seen.
in your lifetime last year?
Oh, easily. That was amazing.
Not even the one where
draft.
we got Aaron Donald?
Because that draft was good, but
Hold on,
like
let me
not-
refresh. Okay.
So Denver has 76, Chargers have 77.
So
okay,
the Broncos traded back with the New Orleans Saints. So that's where we're at right now. But to answer Daniel's question, I'm going to say, honestly, last year might have been the best trade that I've seen in a long draft that I've seen in a long, maybe ever for the Rams. I mean, I could look through them and go back. But I would say in a long time, at least last year. Someone said Jake's rant was justifiable. You vented for us all.
Oh my God, the Chargers are absolutely going to draft Melifonwu. They're going to get the two.
Well, hold on. They're not up yet. The Saints are up. The Saints traded up. So who do we think the Saints traded up for? That's the question. Let's go back and see who they've taken. Well, they took Peyton Turner and they took Pete Werner. So they've gone defense. So do we think the Saints are trading up for maybe a quarterback? I don't know. Like, I could see the Saints trading up for Jamie Newman. I've had Jamie Newman go into the Saints later, but with the way that the quarterbacks are falling, they could.
He's my 17th quarterback, undrafted grade.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know. Picking him in the third would be like bad.
who did I have the Saints taking in the third? I had them taking Cameron McGrone, but they're not going to do that now because they've taken.
They picked
I also
lesser
had the
talented
Saints taking.
linebacker over him.
I also had the Saints at the end of the third taking Tyree Gillespie from Missouri.
Oh yeah. Let's see. Just gotta black out Pete Werner's name. Have to scroll all the way down. Dan, yeah. Oh, Dio Odenigbo as well. 5th round grade for him. I forgot to black him out. All right. Shaw Weaver.
Paulson Adebo.
Well, there it is. There's
To the
another
Saints
corner
took.
I wanted.
I had him as my 8th overall, I believe. I'm sorry. Every time I open my rankings, they just. Oh, you know what I can do? Actually, I have them saved in my notes app on my computer. Okay, that's easier. So I had him as my 9th overall ranked corner. So good pick by the Saints.
Is Wyatt
And-
Davis still there?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Dan just brought up the Marshawn Lattimore situation. I think this pick is because they're probably going to release him. I would think.
Yeah.
So they are in need of a
What the
corner.
hell's wrong with corners? You have Marshawn Lattimore. You have Jeff Gladney.
I don't
There's a
know.
lot of
They're
stuff
not.
going on. Not to mention the guy the Giants got, who they've had to move on from. Yeah, DeAndre Baker.
So that means that up next is the Chargers. And Jake, I hate to say it, I could see him taking your guy.
They're gonna take Melifonwu.
It definitely is Staley's MO. And they've taken.
Blaine's Taylor Swift song of choice for the pick is "I Did Something Bad."
That's a great song.
Well, okay.
I Did Something Bad by Taylor Swift was my literal anthem for a year.
We should have included you in this this discussion.
It's okay. I can't do any more group chats.
No,
I have to leave
no,
them all
it's
because I.
It's not a group chat. It's just like
Oh.
an inside joke thing, where, like I said, if they drafted Elijah Molden, like my Taylor
yeah.
Swift song is like "Bad Blood" or whatever, and then he just is like, "There's a Taylor Swift song for every single draft
know
pick
what?
the Rams could have."
The Chargers aren't going to take Melifonwu because they took Asante Samuel.
I know, but
You think they'll take both?
they could draft another, yeah.
Let's refresh. Let's see if they've picked.
because Samuel could be their nickel.
Chris Harris still on the team?
He is, but he's older.
Yeah.
You know, they could.
The pick isn't in yet for the Chargers. Throw us some more questions in the chat, guys. Are there any Chargers fans in the chat? I'm curious. Someone said, who do you guys want at 88? Probably Dylan Moses. First instinct.
I want to fight Staley.
It's like a bummer because it's like Staley is like ahead of the Rams. He's like one step ahead. Like
Exactly. Well, think about this. The Rams are trying to match his defense.
Yeah.
So Staley knows what he wants. The Rams are trying to run his defense.
You know what? I feel like I could see the Chargers taking Tommy Tremble here.
I don't know.
Or Brevin Jordan. I could see him
Brevin
going.
Jordan, I could see.
They need a tight end.
I don't think Tremble helps enough. Like, they would want a dynamic. Although Brevin Jordan was kind of. He should have been so much better. Plus, he has, like, such a dope name. I just feel like he should have been a way better prospect. Brevin Jordan. That sounds like. Yeah.
I'm refreshing. Chargers pick isn't in yet. So far up next, we've got. Let's go back up here. The Chargers and the Vikings and the Raiders.
Raiders are back-to-back, I think.
Yep. So Dan just pointed out the Raiders have back-to-back picks. So we've got. Did you just see the pick? Okay, hold on. Josh Palmer.
The wide receiver from Tennessee?
The Chargers just picked 77th overall. They picked Josh Palmer, wide receiver, Tennessee. I had him as a 7th round pick. Am I insane?
It's weird. So, like, draft Twitter was all over him. It was either, like, some people had him in the 2nd round, 4th round. Some people had him as, like, 7th. Like, I've never, like, he's, like, remember Tyler Johnson out of, I want to say Minnesota?
Minnesota.
Tyler Johnson was all over the board. Because some people were like, Tyler Johnson's the 1st round pick. And then other people were like, no, Tyler Johnson's the 5th round pick. And the other people were like, no, he's an undraftable prospect.
I like the position pick for them, but, like, I don't necessarily care for Josh Palmer there, but.
I just don't know how, like, Nico Collins is still there.
I know, that's crazy to me.
That blows
Him
my mind.
and
Fajoko's still there.
Brown.
Well, I have Brown a little bit lower. I have a bunch of 2nd round grades on these receivers, Alexis. Fajoko, Wallace, Collins, Adams, Marset, Smith, Brown.
St. Brown was I had a 2nd round grade on, so I'm surprised he's still there. So now we've got the Vikings up, and I actually could see the Vikings going receiver. After I'm going to pull up who they took in the 1st round because I believe they took. Yeah, they took Darisaw in the 1st round, and then they took in the 2nd round. I believe. Let's see. Oh, I think they traded back. Hold on. They didn't pick in the 2nd round. Then they took Kellen Mond in the 3rd. They got to go corner here. I think the Vikings have to replace Jeff Gladney. So they could take Melifonwu. Let's see. Yeah, I think they got to go corner. I don't know which one they're going to go with.
Let's see.
Well, we'll see. And Wyatt Davis is still there. So they could take. They could take Wyatt Davis.
I think he's 100% a Raider.
Do you think Dan says that he thinks Wyatt Davis is a Raider?
That would be a good pick. That'd be funny after reaching on their 1st pick, they nailed the next 2. They got Merrick. I can't even believe it.
I just think they've got to replace Jeff Gladney because even with Jeff Gladney, they had a really sketchy corner situation, like just not good. So I think that even now they've lost one. The Vikings selected North Carolina linebacker Chaz Surratt. I like that. This is where I expected him to go.
Wait, who selected him?
The Vikings.
Great.
It's a good pick.
I think
this
with him,
makes
it's
up for
more
Kellen
about
Mond.
projection. I mean, I don't think he's anywhere near the best linebacker available, but you have to keep in mind he was originally a quarterback, transferred to the linebacker position, so he's only been a linebacker for what 1 or 2 years. So like he's gonna get better over time.
And now we've got Raiders back-to-back picks, right? So
the Raiders will end up with probably
one of these has to be Wyatt Davis.
I wouldn't be surprised, Melifonwu. They're just gonna unload on the position.
I need to refresh my memory who they took already. Well, they took
So Marco's calling you
Leatherwood?
negative, but then he says as soon as he gets Madden 22, first thing he does in franchise mode, he's trading away Tutu.
Marco, make up your mind. Okay, you can't call me negative for not liking the Atwell pick, but then say that you're going to trade him in Madden.
Oh my God.
Come on, guys.
Silent Souls, Trey Sermon would have been a better pick than Tutu Atwell. So I actually, it'd be annoying because I love the player. And it's just not like a great.
There's just something about, I think I'm just annoyed with the Raiders front office to where I don't want good things for them because of the way that they've handled. Like,
The way they handled Khalil Mack.
Well, kind of just the way that their picks have just been erratic. Like, I just am annoyed.
That's true. It seems like they just draft first rounders and they're like, you didn't work in a year.
Someone in the comments, Luis said Elijah Molden is still there. Jake does not like him. Marco said it makes sense in Madden, but in real life he'll be fine. Can't make them all play in Madden. But it's kind of the same philosophy, though, because in Madden you're like, oh, we can't have all these receivers. But, like, in real life we can't either. I mean, we can, but we can't. If that makes sense. So the Raiders took Leatherwood in the first. And then in the second they took Morig. So they could go Melifonwu here. Let's refresh.
If they take Molden, I swear to Jesus.
That just seems like a Raiders pick, but I think they should go Wyatt Davis because their offensive line is just in shambles.
I just want him off the board.
I just sent Blaine a link to Shake It Off by Taylor Swift.
They don't know why you're laughing because they can't hear it.
That is funny. Yeah, I don't even know how to explain what he said.
Dan is over here talking about one of our friends. They're sending each other Taylor Swift songs to cope with the draft.
That's pretty funny.
So the Raiders pick isn't in, and they do have back-to-back picks here, so they could trade one. If there's not two guys that they absolutely want.
I mean, Jabril Cox would be a great pick at 88 Rams house, so yeah, I would take him.
Why don't you start sending people the songs I was playing for you in the car?
What song were you playing for me in the car?
T-Pain.
No. I don't remember even what you were playing. I just don't. I don't know what it is.
And Akon, Smack That.
Ugh.
Jake didn't like it.
It's better than the pick.
Would you rather listen to T-Pain consecutively for 7 days, but then the Rams won't take Tutu Atwell?
Well, who they get? It's not against Tutu Atwell. It's more about,
Yeah.
It's more about the value. I'd sit in a car and listen to T-Pain for 7 straight days if they were going to take Melifonwu at 57. Dan is just over there dying. But I mean, I think anybody would, so.
Wait, hold on. I feel like I just saw.
Shot by Nolan says if it's Melifonwu at 88, I'm popping bottle of rosé.
I think I saw who it was, but they didn't say that was the pick. They just tweeted this name, but. Oh.
Malcolm Kuntz. So they grab another Buffalo pass rusher.
It's almost like Malcolm Kuntz was just selected 79th overall by the Raiders. It's almost like he's set up to fail. A Buffalo edge going to the Raiders.
I had a 5th round grade on him. It's definitely a reach, so they go back to their usual, where they're reaching.
The Raiders love to reach.
He's very raw. He had some bend. I'm not overly enthused with this pick, but maybe they know something we don't.
Let's see. It's got to be Wyatt Davis. as Dan was saying over there, Wyatt Davis just seems like a Raider.
Theo Jackson's replacement.
Yeah. Wyatt Davis, to me right now, when you look at the board, I mean, he's one of the best players left. It's him, Melifonwu, Moses,
You know
and
what?
Browning. to
I
me.
think it also could be Trey Sermon.
No way.
They got Kenny.
They have Kenyon Drake and Jacobs.
Oh yeah, they got Kenyon Drake.
Like, if they do that
I
to Trey
forgot they
Sermon,
had-
I will be so mad. He's never going to play. Like,
Well, but Jacobs, Jacobs though is kind of like, some people think he's not going to be around much longer
yeah, he's
on
a
the
little
Raiders.
flaky. Quinn Miners is also still there, which I wouldn't be surprised if, they got Quinn Miners. Got rid of Rodney Hudson, remember?
Miners seems like a real Raider. Him and Ben Cleveland seem like Raiders.
I can hear the GM Mayock going Quinn Miners. Like, I could hear
But
him
see,
talking
and that's
about Quinn
exactly such a. Someone said Wyatt Davis is another hometown kid. Is Wyatt Davis from Vegas?
Miners. Huh. Tufele? That would be a reach.
Let's see. I'm refreshing.
Bellflower, California.
Oh, they're talking about he's from the area. He's from California.
So, yeah. Oh, someone said no, he's from LA. Oh, so he's like a hometown kid for the Rams.
Okay.
Maybe the Rams will take Wyatt Davis.
I mean, he's a plug-and-play guard, and he's really good, and he's a first-round talent. So I would not mind that at 88. The only thing is I really do like Ankrum. I'd like to see them develop him, but
No word yet on the second pick by the Raiders. They could be trying to trade out.
Nick Hamilton asks, who's going at 88? Great question.
I still think it could be Dylan Moses at 88.
I think I have no idea. I have literally no idea with the Rams. If they're looking at Tutu Atwell, we could probably be way off base.
Yeah,
I mean, if that's where their head's at,
So-
they could be looking at Charles Snowden.
I had the Raiders. Let me go. Am I in the right? Okay, in the third. I had the Raiders taking Richie Grant and Ben Cleveland. So they could still take
love
Ben.
Cleveland.
They could take Ben Cleveland here. And like I said earlier, he seems like a Raider to me.
Would you play him at center? I think I asked you this. I would. You'd be,
Yeah,
like,
I
maybe the
think he'd be
biggest
fine
center
there.
ever. Yeah. I just think, I don't know, you're running out of centers in this draft, so.
My body's starting to do the caffeine shakes. So I should keep going.
Ooh, Jabril Cox actually makes sense.
I just saw someone just said the Raiders selected a linebacker. They didn't say which one. Oh, maybe they're referring to Malcolm Kuntz.
Yeah, probably.
They are taking their time with the second pick. They are thinking this over. Or they're trying to trade.
No, the pick is in. Oh, wait. The second pick. This is so
Why
far
did we
behind.
not? You know what we forgot to bring from your house?
What?
Pizza.
I was just thinking that.
Before we left, I remember I was like, remind him to get the pizza. We eat a whole pizza. That
I
would
could definitely
slap
use that
right now.
It'd be
Oh,
colder,
man,
but
I can't.
yeah,
I don't
can,
care that cold pizza is still good. Refreshing. Okay, the Raiders took Divine Diablo.
Oh, I love a Divine Diablo, but I'm a little confused because they got Trayvon Merrick.
So they've got him. They've got
Jonathan
Abrams, and so they're gonna probably move to 5. They could do it.
So, yeah. Okay, so Divine Diablo, I compare him to Cam Chancellor. He's a monster. He's a 6'3", 200-pound safety. He will eat you. Like, I have him. He's my 5th safety. I had him as a 2nd rounder.
Is Miami up again, or was that traded to someone else? I think it's Miami that's up. god, I'm so furious about this pizza now. Because we like totally like we looked at each other like we have to bring the pizza because we had pizza last time we did this.
Yes.
We totally dropped the ball. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. So Miami's up. Yeah, so the Raiders, so I just saw on Twitter, the Raiders view Diablo as a linebacker / safety role, like a tweener.
Yeah, he's a beast.
Well, what do we think Miami does here? I think they go defense. You know what? Brevin Jordan. I'm trying to think the tight ends right now on Miami's roster.
Well, they have
Gesicki,
Gesicki, and they got the other. Oh, they got the other guy. I forget his name.
Durham Smythe.
Well, no, they got a guy from Chicago.
Oh,
Adam
Shaheen. Well,
I like Shaheen. Their tight ends are fine.
the Dolphins just selected tight end Hunter Long. Hunter Long over Brevin Jordan, who was from Miami, and Tommy Tremble. Whatever. It doesn't affect me, but that's an interesting pick.
Miami's
here.
had a good draft, though. I'm not gonna bag on them too much.
We talked about Hunter Long earlier. We compared him to Josh Witten 2.0. It's basically what he is. So
yeah. Well, he's a combination of Witten and like Heath Miller. Not really flashy, but
the tight end out of Boston College goes to Miami.
I had a 5th round grade on Hunter Long. I didn't really like him.
I had him as a late 3rd, early 4th, but I just think compared to who's left,
Yeah.
a little surprising. So now we have Washington back up.
It's a bummer, though. Diablo's the guy I actually wanted to go to the Rams. But his stock just flew through the roof. Oh, boy. Wait, who was the Raiders' first pick?
Leatherwood.
No, the one that they just...
Kuntz.
Oh, that's right. That's so weird. Yeah, I had a 5th round grade on him, too.
Some weird picks in this draft.
There always are, but like, I agree. There's something weird about this. So Washington is at pick 82. Then we have Carolina at 83.
I think Washington needs to take a receiver.
We're getting to the point where the Rams. So there's 4. I have 4 first round grades. Remaining. Wyatt Davis, Dylan Moses, Baron Browning, and Afadu Melifonwu.
What quarterbacks are left? I'm curious. So you've got...
I have Ian Book as the top. People think he's good.
I could see Washington taking Jamie Newman here.
Oh, God, no.
I don't like Jamie Newman, but like he's considered to be like this is like I don't get it, but I'm just saying looking at what other people.
He's got the worst mesh point you will ever see ever. Like, it's bad.
I think I actually have snacks in my backpack.
J. Tufele is from USC. The Ohio State University, that's Tommy Togiai.
Yeah. Oh, I'm surprised he hasn't gone yet. Davion Nixon?
Yeah. Some good interior defensive linemen.
Good.
Rams, don't you dare. Don't you dare. You need a lot more than that after picking a gadget guy at 57.
Yeah, I don't know I think Washington should take a receiver
Bro,
here.
Jake, why do you look worried? Because I'm terrified. Here's what, literally
Well-
the worst case scenario is probably drafting Tutu Atwell at 57 and then drafting Elijah Molden at 88.
I have in my
And this
latest
is
mock.
very real.
In my latest mock, I have Washington taking Stone Forsythe.
He's a second round grade for me. I really liked him.
But they already took didn't Washington already take a tackle?
Yeah, they took Cosme.
Yeah.
So they don't need a tackle, but I'll read your super chat. I just don't see a super chat. I agree, shot by Nolan. I definitely I like Diablo a lot.
Washington selected UNC wide receiver Diami Brown. It's a good pick.
Oh wow. So Diami Brown, and then you have Terry McLaurin, and then you have the Ohio State wide receiver that I'm forgetting. Why is his name escaping me?
No, the one that just signed with
Yeah, they just got him.
former teammate. So Terry McLaurin and
He was like a running
Curtis
back wide
Samuel.
receiver. Yeah, Curtis Samuel.
Okay.
Now they got Diamond Brown in the 3.
Yeah. That's good. Good for Washington. Now
Dallas.
they just need a quarterback.
Yeah. Dallas would take Melifonwu. Damn it.
Is that who's up? Yes, I have Carolina, but did they trade that?
Oh, I'm sorry, Blake. Let me look. Oh, okay. I see you now. Thank you for donating, Blake. Appreciate that. Roche, Jordan Smith, David Moore. I like all three of those guys. Would not mind any of them.
Some footage just came out of the Eagles' war room after they took Williams, and they're just all really upset. Like they didn't want to make that pick, but they made the pick. It's not a good look for them. That's what everyone's saying.
Wait, who? What Williams?
Milton Williams.
Oh, Milton Williams. Oh.
I mean, I think he's a good player. I mean, if that's not...
He's more of a projection. Like he doesn't really have production. Like he's really project based.
Okay. So Carolina, who did I have them taking here? Oh wait, no, they traded back with who? They could go running back to pair with Christian McCaffrey. They could go Michael Carter.
Yeah. Trying to. How come we were getting like updates way quicker and now we're not?
I just think the picks are taking slower to come in.
It's so weird.
It's almost like there's a time, like, did you see the pick?
Yeah. Tommy Tremble.
Okay.
Wait, who picked them?
So the Carolina
So
Panthers
they finally
just,
get their
Carolina Panthers just drafted Tommy Tremble, the tight end out of Notre Dame. I love that pick. I like that pick.
I think Brevin Jordan's better, but I don't hate the pick. I definitely like that they went
Well,
out and got a tight end.
Remember, they took Terrace Marshall already, too.
Yeah.
So they have him and Tommy Tremble. I mean, they're building around Sam Darnold.
I'm here for it. You know how I feel about Sam Darnold.
People in the chat are saying we're beating their TV. We are beating the TV because the networks are all 5 picks behind, apparently.
Yeah, this is ridiculously slow.
I wonder why they did that. I wonder if that's intentional or...
No idea.
No, we're just tired. They're a little lit today, aren't they? I'm like,
No, I'm literally tired. I drank this caffeine, and all the caffeine did was make me, like, starving.
this is what
Like-
happens when you call me an Energizer bunny. Like I eventually, I'm gonna.
How many picks? Because I mean, we're
No, honestly, let's be real here. That pick took the wind out of our sails, but we've been trying so hard to fight back from it.
you're not yourself when you're hungry. Eat a Snickers. I don't have one, but
I don't see that with Jordan Smith. I don't feel like he's stiff as a board. Is it witchcraft? But hey, it's the weekend.
wait. Someone said, "Is it witchcraft?"
Yes.
Yes.
Like no, like straight face, like just yes.
Okay.
The Energizer Bunny was depleted by 2. I mean, it feels that way.
And it's raining outside now. I just got a notification, so my hair can get even more screwed up.
That's not fun.
It's okay though. Once we go outside, I won't be on camera anymore.
Who took Chauncey Golston?
Dallas
The
took.
Cowboys are back up.
So the Cowboys just drafted Chauncey Golston, the defensive end out of Iowa. All defense. Interesting. It was a little interesting to me that they are going all defense, especially when they need help on that offensive line.
I like Chauncey Golston. He's got some impressive flashes on tape. He needs consistency. But he really stood out. That's a guy that the Rams really like. They met with him a few times. Hey, now, don't go knocking my guy Van Jefferson. Marco's saying that may not be as relevant after the 2-2 Atwell pick. Like, bro, Van Jefferson's good.
Van Jefferson is light years better than Atwell probably will ever be.
Van Jefferson's a phenomenal route runner.
I agree, though. It is weird because it just is weird that they would take Atwell with Van Jefferson on the roster. That's what the weird thing is. It just is a weird fit.
It's a weird fit for sure.
Refreshing to see who the Titans pick because they're up.
Well, at least every pick so far I've had on my board. So at least no one's picked. Remember that one time the Jaguars picked some guy, or was it the Colts, that guy EJ Speed, and like nobody knew who he was? Who? like he wasn't on anybody's board.
The Packers just traded up to 85. So the Titans just traded with the Packers. I mean, let's look at wide receivers left. Maybe Nico Collins, St. Brown. Are they going to take another St. Brown? I mean, I don't know who the Packers would trade up for. Wyatt Davis?
The Packers trade up, you're saying?
Yeah. Packers are on the clock now.
This is probably prime time to get a receiver if they're going to get one.
They could get Nico Collins.
What is their plan, though? Like, do you even have a quarterback? Like,
Holden says that he thinks they're going to take Miners. But I think people are just a little high on Miners.
yeah, I mean, it's all like, oh, he might go.
I think it could be Wyatt Davis. I think it could be Nico Collins.
Well, right now, the Rams have clinched,
Amari
according
Rodgers.
to my board, the Rams have clinched. If they want one of the top remaining guys that I have as first-round grades, I have 4 first-round grades remaining. Melifonwu, Browning, Dylan
I was
Moses,
right.
and Wyatt Davis.
The Packers selected wide receiver Amari Rodgers out of Clemson.
Wow.
Another Rodgers.
That's weird.
Doesn't that almost
This
seem
is the
like...
third time they drafted Richard Rodgers, too.
It almost, in a weird
So
way,
weird.
feels intentional. Like, if Rodgers is on his way out, we're going to bring a new one in. Now, Amari Rodgers is no Aaron Rodgers.
You're bummed deep down because he's not going to Jacksonville.
Yeah, I really wanted him to
I
end
could
up
see
in
that in your
Jacksonville.
face. You're like Amari Rodgers, sadly.
Really wanted him to go to Jacksonville. Dan, on your way back, could you bring my backpack over here? Thank you. I think I have something to eat. I'm so hungry. That's what happens when I shotgun caffeine, then my body starts to shake, and the only way to get it to go away is to eat. Thank you. I'll rifle through it.
Ooh. Ben says they're getting QB1 love, some receivers.
Well, I truly don't think Aaron Rodgers is going back to Green Bay. I truly don't. I don't think it's made up. What do you know? I have a kind bar.
Oh, how about that?
I bought at the airport yesterday.
Davion Nixon?
That's who they picked?
Oh, it's Chauncey Golston.
No, we already know. No, he was just picked.
Davion Nixon was? I'm so confused. They're
No.
showing Davion Nixon
That is
highlights.
that is so.
You saw that, right? That was Davion Nixon. That wasn't even Chauncey Golston.
Oh, I have no idea.
They both play on Iowa.
Okay, the Packers picked Amari Rodgers, so now the Vikings are up.
Okay, the Cowboys picked Chauncey Golston, but they were
Yeah.
showing Davion Nixon film.
Oh.
So it's just like, you're highlighting the wrong guy. Aiden says, has any of y'all jumped out of a window yet?
If the Rams draft Elijah Molden at the end of this round,
Woo!
Jake will.
I'll make that sound effect too. No, I won't. I'll be way too mad to make any sort of joyful sound effect.
We're not going to let you jump out of the window.
I know. It's not that far of a jump anyway. And Dan's like, wait, hold on, let me check.
Good enough to break your arm.
Yeah, if I swan dive.
You gotta do like a jet party off the top.
Swanton bomb out the window.
The Vikings are up and then the Steelers.
Oh, the Steelers might get Melifonwu.
I'm telling you, he's going to follow the Rams and they're not going to take him.
They're going to take Elijah Bolden over him, and I'm just going to lose it.
I think it's officially caught up, right?
Mm-hmm.
I want Melifonwu at 88 or to trade.
I hope no one can hear me chewing.
Aiden, who do you want? Everyone type in the comment section right now who you want.
Yeah, Rams fans, put in the comment section who you want the Rams to take. Also, let me know if you can hear me chewing. I'm going to scoot away from the mic. I'm embarrassed that I'm even eating right now. Okay.
Who do you think the Vikings grab? Oh. Someone said Quinn Miners, Moses, Davis, Melifonwu or Cox, Tyree Gillespie, Cam McGrone, Melifonwu, Miners, Cox or Fidu, Melifonwu, Miners, Quinn, McPherson. That's a new one. Roche, Davis,
I love Jordan Rodriguez.
Melifonwu. Ben Cleveland, Davis. He's back. Elijah Molden. I want Aaron Rodgers. We can hear you chewing.
They sent that like right at the beginning, which is why I moved.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I'm...
Not Tutu. It's not going to go away. Browning, Tutu, Quinn or Melly, Jabril. I want to see us not kill a 40-year-old man. I think I understood what he was saying. He's a Steelers fan, so he's talking about Ben Roethlisberger, but Molden. Oh God. Molden's. Well, I'm not worried about the size, right? But he's really, really, really slow. Like really slow. He's not quick twitch either. He's not like a quicker than fast guy. On top of it, his arm length is 28. So he's got like really small penguin arms. And that's why. And I just wasn't overly impressed by his film. Ram fan here. Jake, what your best Star Wars ref for next pick? A Star Wars reference for the next pick? You want me to plug a Star Wars reference when we talk about the next pick? C.S. Wilson, you got to specify there, my man. What? The Rams trade with San Francisco? That has to. You're pulling my leg.
They didn't.
Lesney is trading.
They did. They just traded for Elijah Molden. We'll end the stream.
So they're trading down, which I'm okay with.
Oh, they're trading down?
Yeah, they're trading down.
How far?
The Vikings took Wyatt Davis.
That's great.
It's a
The great
really
pick.
good pick. Great value.
They got Darrisaw and Wyatt Davis.
That's how you get it done.
Guys, I cannot believe how restored I feel after. Like, I legitimately feel like my levels just returned to 100 after that.
Her battery's up here, and mine's still like trying
Let's
to
go.
recover. It's like
Well, I literally was slamming coffee and then I was getting energized, but not. Like, I was doing this. And I started to shake, and I was like, I have to even that out again. Okay.
let's see. I need to know.
Who'd we trade with? San Francisco for sure.
That's what I saw. Someone said San Francisco.
The Niners took Ohio State running back Trey Sermon. We just gave them Trey Sermon.
You just
I hate this, but like I don't know what I can say. We just Wait a second.
Huh?
Was that our pick? Yeah. We traded back to 40. Yeah.
Wait, how far?
Who the Steelers pick?
This is okay. So this was supposed to be our pick.
Uh-huh. So did they stay in the round?
Yeah.
No, they already had that. They completely traded out of the first round. The
Third round. Yeah, we did.
Oh my god.
Okay, wait. Who did the Steelers pick?
I haven't found that at all.
How do we know that who the 49ers picked if we don't know who the Steelers picked? I don't understand. Okay, anyways, we'll figure this out. Okay, the Steelers took Kendrick Green, who you really like.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
Mhm.
That's such a good pick by them.
And then the 49ers traded with the Rams, and the 49ers took Trey Sermon.
That's a great pick by them.
And it's an insult to injury because not only would we have liked to potentially see Trey Sermon on the Rams, we just really liked him, and now he's going to a NFC West team via a pick that we gave them. That's frustrating.
I feel like I might be doing something right because I was really high on Lance and everyone was like, no, Lance isn't that high. And then the 49ers pick him at 3. And then I say, Trey Sermon, hear me out. He ran a 4.61. I don't care. He has the fastest 10-yard split. He's one of the most explosive backs within the first 25 yards. And he just doesn't have the long speed. People were like, no, he's not that good. Like, you have him way too high at 3. And he goes in the 3rd round to the 49ers. So maybe I know something. Just saying.
Well, who's up next? Carolina is up again. Let's see if they've picked yet.
Kendrick Green is a really good pick, Adam, if you're watching somehow. Or Kyle. Love Kendrick Green. That's a bummer that he's gone. But that's That's a great pick. That's an awesome pick.
We got the Rams traded back with the 49ers, and we got 2 4th-rounders. That's pretty good.
So
we've got
117 and 121. And they'll have 141.
So we have
compensatory pick for Corey Littleton.
So it's not bad. The frustrating thing about that so much to me is not the trade back. It's just that Trey Sermon is a 49er.
Yeah, like they made that happen. It's annoying.
Well, there's 2 Treys now in San Francisco. Trey Lance and Trey Sermon.
Yeah.
And the Panthers just traded back. So someone just traded for this next pick. We don't know
who. Blaine just texted me, Jake, just go be the Niners GM at this point. Because, I mean, they're doing everything that I would probably do. They got George Kittle. The Niners look at my stuff. I don't know.
They scout the competition.
I'm scared now.
I want to know who the Panthers traded with.
Don't worry, guys. I'm putting it in the crawl.
Is the crawl the ticker?
Yeah.
Do you just call it the crawl?
That's what people keep calling it, and then I keep calling it.
See, I always thought it was called the ticker, but I kind of like
It
crawl.
is a ticker, but, like, I like ticker. Like, I would actually roll with ticker, but everyone keeps saying crawl, and it gets me to say it.
So Houston traded up with Carolina. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. So Houston traded up with Carolina. The only pick made so far by Houston in the draft is a quarterback. I also can't believe I forgot to bring my Yeti this weekend because I always feel guilt drinking out of plastic, but, like, I have to do what I have to do, guys. Please. Okay. I think the Texans go receiver here.
I think they could. You know, they lost Will Fuller.
They could go like Ramondre Stevenson. Do you think that's a little high for him? I don't know. I don't think it is. Well,
no, they still have pick 103, guys. They didn't trade out 103. I just put it in the I almost said the crawl. Damn it. I put it in the ticker. So you'll see it below. Sermon is the pick for the Niners, and he's a fantastic pick. They're getting a guy, I say, first 25 yards, he's Todd Gurley. He just doesn't have the long speed, but he's got the explosiveness immediately. And, man, without him, I don't know if Ohio State makes the national title game. He's just a different back. Oh. So Carolina traded up. No, Carolina traded the pick to the Texans.
To the Texans, and we don't know who the Texans have taken yet. I'm updating it, though. The Texans took Nico Collins.
Oh, that's such a good pick.
It is a good pick.
Nico Collins in, like, the end of the third. That's a little bit past the midway point.
Wait, what am I doing? Why am I still drinking the coffee that made me freak out? I can't stop.
Collins is great.
Yeah, that's a really good pick by the Texans. I had Collins as a second rounder, so he fell for me.
So they're going to pair Collins with Brandon Cooks, Isaiah Coulter, a guy I really like out of Rhode Island, 5th-round pick last year in the 2020 draft. Excited to see him develop. They have Randall Cobb. They have Andre Roberts. They have Alex Erickson. They have Kike Coutee. They added Chris Conley. They had Chris Moore and Dante Moncrief. So it's literally just a free-for-all at the receiver position, essentially. A lot of guys are going to get cut. All we know is Nico Collins is going to make this roster. Brandon Cooks probably will make this roster, and Isaiah Coulter will make this roster. I like what the Texans are doing. I mean, Deshaun Watson kind of threw...
I wanted to get this out of the frame.
I mean, Deshaun Watson kind of threw, a wrench into their plans.
Well, they've got Tyrod Taylor and Davis Mills. We know that. Oh, and they have Ryan Finley, who is also with the Texans.
Oh, dear God. I'm not a fan of Ryan Finley.
Oh, I thought you saw a pick.
No.
I thought something happened. So now the Vikings are up. I feel like the Vikings have picked so much.
Yeah, I feel like the Texans have picked pretty recently, like a decent amount recently, and then
The Texans have only made 2 picks.
it just seems like they've been on the clock like as
Oh,
of
it's
late.
because we're
And
watching.
then Minnesota,
Okay.
yeah, they've made so
The
many picks.
Vikings at 90th overall took pass rusher Patrick Jones out of Pittsburgh. It's a good pick.
Wait, who did Vikings?
The Vikings took him.
I didn't see. I thought the guy who played next to him, Rashad Weaver, was the better pass rusher. To be honest with you,
I don't know. I liked Patrick Jones.
you did.
I liked him more than Rashad Weaver, but like they are very similar. There's not a huge disparity there to me.
Yeah, I just thought Rashad Weaver won more in like his one-on-ones. I wasn't overly impressed. Let's see. I think Les wanted to trade anyway. I have a feeling the fact they took Tutu Atwell, I think that they took him right after Eskridge went at 56. I think Seattle sniped the Rams.
What do you mean with taking Eskridge?
They took Eskridge the pick before the Rams. I've said it for weeks. I thought
That's
Eskridge
just
would be the pick of 57.
Yeah, that's a different. He's a different player though than Atwell. So like it would seem weird to me that like they would go from him to Atwell.
I wouldn't be surprised. That might have been the guy, and then they panicked.
Yeah, maybe. Let's refresh. Okay, so we know who the Vikings picked. So the Browns are back on the clock. What are they going to do? Take another defender?
The Browns?
Mm-hmm. No, I think they got to go offense.
Browns
here.
can do anything. I mean, like, their team is stacked.
They should trade out.
I'd always trade out if I was the Browns.
Hasn't updated yet, but so there's obviously a lot of Rams fans watching, and the only pick we have left tonight is that 103.
Yes.
So we'll see who that is. It's gonna be a bummer if we get all the way there and then they trade out again.
Yeah.
Depending on who's left, though, we'll see. I mean, maybe at that point I'll be like, please don't pick.
Yeah, right.
So I'm not seeing who the Browns have picked yet. I don't think it's announced.
Someone put Sean Wade. I don't know if that means that.
What are you refreshing? Twitter. So I follow a lot of like reporters on Twitter who are like the first to break the news of who's been picked before it's on TV. So I refresh it and then that's how I get the picks. So I'm going to refresh again.
So the Texans got my 5th quarterback in the draft and a top 10 wide receiver staying in round 3.
Browns taking their time.
Gilbert, don't worry. The Rams, they pick at well, we'll see. They pick at 1 of 3 right now. That they're scheduled to. So we'll see if they trade or not. But
Do you guys have an extra phone charger?
Yeah.
Thank you.
My arms are short. Well, let's see. I mean, there's truthfully not a lot of picks. I mean, well, there is. So, yeah, there's about 13 picks left. Oh, the Browns pick is in. So let's refresh Twitter. Let's see. Someone said her arms are short like Tutu. Honestly, they're probably the same size.
oof.
I feel bad to keep making fun of Tutu, but like the pick is just ridiculous.
It's not his fault.
It's not, yeah, and
I
it's
keep
not
saying
his
that.
fault.
It's not his fault. It just, you know.
So the pick is in for the Browns, but it hasn't been announced yet. So Anthony Schwartz?
Yeah.
The Browns drafted Anthony Schwartz.
Interesting.
I like that. I like
think he ran a
Anthony
4.2.
Schwartz.
He really had a good pro day.
Well, think of the receivers they have now. They have Landry, Beckham Jr., Donovan Peoples-Jones, and Anthony Schwartz.
There's no way I'm going to be able to update this on day 3.
Yeah, we can't do it on day 3.
I'll try, but it'll be hard.
I haven't played
Well,
a football game in my
yeah,
life.
I mean,
That's correct.
how are you going to play football?
I don't know. Well, and I tweeted the other day to the guy that said I've never played a game in my life. Well, I did tweet the other day that I could be able to score a touchdown in the NFL. We'll just never know.
Yeah.
We
true.
can't rule it out. I'll never get the opportunity to prove myself.
Yeah, he ran a 4.25, the Schwartz.
Yeah.
Brady Smith says, I hate this draft so much. I feel bad. Like,
I mean, if the Rams, like, I get that Rams fans are kind of like bummed that we don't have another pick in the 3rd, but
yeah, they pick 103.
no, well, yeah, I mean that we traded out,
Yeah.
so we
no,
don't
I
have
get
2,
that.
but we could have a really good 4th round. So I'm really liking the Browns draft. Someone said I've played football, but she seems more in tune to the draft than me. Thank you. And then Ryan said I'd draft Alexis before Sam Sloman in the 7th.
That's
Well,
true, I would too.
I did play college soccer. Throw that out there. I don't think I could kick in the NFL though. I'm pretty confident about that.
And I mean, Isaac Bruce thought you were worthy enough to give you some tips.
Yeah, Isaac Bruce did give me personally receiving tips.
Catch with 2 hands. you
Yeah,
know?
because I tried to tell Isaac Bruce that I was going to try and make a one-handed catch, and he basically was like, "That's not for you."
No, he said that's not for anybody. He said
Yeah, he said it's not for anybody,
the only
but
guys that
like,
make the one-handed catch are the guys that are slower than they should.
yeah,
be.
he's basically saying if you have to use one hand, you're out of position. And Isaac Bruce would know. He's the smartest. Amazing. Okay. Next pick isn't in yet. The Titans pick isn't announced. So the Titans and then the Bills are up. So let's see who the Titans have taken. Pick is in. Has it been announced? Nope. I wonder what the Titans do here. Did they take a receiver yet?
I don't think so. The Titans.
Someone said Monty Rice.
Really?
They took Monty Rice. That's in the chat. Is that confirmed?
Yes.
It is? The Titans. That's a little high.
Wow.
That's actually pretty high.
Why is Monty? What is going on with the NFL? Who views Monty Rice better than Dylan Moses, Baron Browning, Jabril Cox, and Cameron
Wait.
McGrone and Garrett Wallow?
Yeah, that is
Like, what-
questionable.
What? I'm not gonna complain.
Someone said they would draft me over Les Snead. They said I'd take Alexis over Les Snead right now for the draft. Another person said women's soccer goes hard. They are not afraid to get each other. Yeah, women's soccer's tough. It's no joke. Okay. So that means that the Bills are on the clock. I could see them taking Kenneth Gainwell. Well, actually, no. I see them taking Ramondre Stevenson if they're going to go running back. I see them they need a complement.
Well, they have that because they got Zach Moss.
Oh yeah, they have Moss and they have Singletary.
They have Motor Singletary. So
I still okay. What about Gainwell? You don't?
I think you were right. I think Gainwell is a
Gainwell.
good.
I could see them taking.
Yeah,
Gainwell
that's
here.
a good match that you just threw out there.
We'll see. Let's see if the pick is in. They're still on the clock.
There's no way, by the way, that War Room was in unison agreement on Tutu Atwell. You could not tell me that everybody in that room agreed on Tutu Atwell.
To be fair, Les Snead isn't in the same room as everyone else.
Yeah.
He could have just gone rogue.
That would have been... And then Sean McVay was, like, asked to be on NFL Network, and he was just like, yeah, he's Deshaun Jackson Jr. I don't know what else to say. Like...
So I did see on Twitter earlier, that reminds me, a lot of people said that John Gruden went rogue on some of the Raiders picks. I don't know what that means. I don't know who makes that call. Is it the GM? Is it the coach?
So, okay, Wyatt Davis is gone.
We're trying to refresh for the Bills pick.
Kendrick Green's gone. That was the second round talent the Steelers got towards the end of the third. So Josh Myers is gone. So Ben Cleveland and David. I don't understand why they took Tutu Atwell and then traded down out of the third when they're running out of like guys that I don't know. Drew Dahlman's gonna be a Ram. Like, can everyone just like agree on that? Drew Dahlman,
No,
from Stanford,
I don't
is
think.
going to be a Ram.
I don't think he will be.
He will.
I mean, he might. I don't think so, but
Brevin Jordan's still there.
you think the Bills could take him?
I think they could. I was thinking
That would be a good pick for the Bills. They're still on the clock. The pick is not in.
No, the pick is in now.
It is?
Yep.
Spencer Brown. Okay. That's it. That's good. That's about where I would have him going.
Yeah, I had him as a third rounder.
Yeah. That's a good pick for the Bills. They
Now,
got
if you need a tackle, things are starting to get... This tackle class went from great to, well,
it's starting to slim down. I do think that they're trying to protect Josh Allen. Oh, that's a nice comment.
Appreciate you, Joseph. Thank you so much for the donation. Love
Thank
you, too.
you, Joseph. Okay, so yeah, you're right. The tackles are kind of starting to go. There's like a disparity there. Although I have Robert Hainsey a lot higher than you do. But
I like him, though. That's a third-round grade.
yeah, I mean, and like I said, the New York Giants, they don't pick again. Do they pick again? They don't in this round. But I know the New York Giants really loved Robert Hainsey. So the Bills took Spencer Brown, which means the Ravens are on the clock.
I have 3 first-round picks, first-round grades still remaining. Melifonwu, Browning, Moses. I'm upgrading my board right now, updating my board.
Pick isn't in yet for Baltimore. It would be cool if this website, I'm just on NFL's website, but it'd be cool if they like showed the positions that team has already taken.
Yeah.
So I didn't have to like manually go back and check. Because now that Baltimore's up, I'm just trying to think of who they've taken. All right, guys, I'm going to go back to our comments. Dominic said, anyone from St. Louis in here except me? Dominic, I'm from St. Louis. So there's 2 of us. Let's see. Someone said Peter Schrager said Tutu was Deshaun Jackson Jr., not McVay. I have no idea. You never know on Twitter.
I think NFL Network also tweeted out that, or sent me a thing that was that.
These comments, some of them are funny. Oh, thank you, Ed. Love you too.
Thanks, Ed. Appreciate you.
That was nice. Someone said we should draft LeBron. Well, he's just coming off an injury. I don't trust it. Thanks, Dan.
Dan. I'm definitely not the guy in the corner of Walmart, Joe Burrow. That's amazing. My God. Thank you, man.
Well, the Ravens pick is still not in.
This is not how you expected your Friday night to go.
No, I was expecting to go home, play Call of Duty. I mean, I had a really rough night last night. So,
Oh,
I'm
well,
sorry.
I'm glad you're here.
yeah, I took, this is going to sound bad, but I took a shot of Henny for every single Kraft pick I had, and I went 7 for 7.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
So
oh
you,
my God.
wow.
All right.
So the Ravens selected Ben Cleveland in Cleveland.
No, the Ravens did?
Yeah.
Oh, that's tough.
They're so good.
It's going to be weird because they're rivals with Cleveland, so you're going to have Ben Cleveland on the Ravens.
They did it on purpose.
No, like the Ravens took Ben
No, I
Cleveland.
know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They did that just to spike the Browns.
Yeah.
So who's up next? So Tampa Bay is up. Kenneth Gainwell. Calling it. Makes sense. Oh, wait, no, but they signed Bernard, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. Your Discord was going nuts after 57. Oh, I didn't even look at the Discord. I imagine everyone's losing their mind. Oh, thank you again, Joseph. That is very generous of you. The other co-host is a Steelers fan, and he is invisible, apparently. He'll be here tomorrow.
He will be
he's
back.
Just not here tonight.
We're just going to make a party up in here. You can come back tomorrow. We're going to have a packed
What time is day 2 start?
noon.
Oh, that's exactly when I have to go into work.
Just refresh your Twitter. That's what I do. Okay. So we're waiting now on Tampa's pick. I think it's going to be Kenneth Gainwell. I mean, do you have any thoughts?
Tampa, they already picked Trask. They have a lot of running backs because they got Keyshawn Vaughn last year in like the 3rd round.
I just feel like Tom Brady's going to look like Kyle Trask and be like, seriously. And they also have Blaine Gabbert.
I bet you they're going to pick Melifonwu or Browning or Moses because they're smart. Just saying.
Tampa?
Yeah, Tampa. Tampa Bay.
Tampa hasn't even submitted the pick yet. Oh, the pick is in for Tampa. Okay. Let's
Andrew,
refresh.
Cody Boriquez is one of the better punters in the league, but apparently he's not going to replace Johnny Hecker. He's just there because COVID. They want to keep him on the roster through preseason.
So with 95th overall, the Buccaneers selected offensive tackle Robert Hainsey.
Damn, there's like no offensive tackle. I hope the Rams didn't actually think they were going to get offensive tackle by trading down. Because like Stone Forsythe and Brendan James and Jalen Moore are the only ones I have in the 2nd, 3rd round grade. Then you have 4th rounders.
I really like Robert Hainsey, and he's going to a good team, so I'm happy for him. That's a good pick. Now I'm trying to think off the top of my head the starting tackles. I mean, you got Tristan Wirfs and Tampa.
Yeah, I saw the Yankees won like 10-0, Stewie.
Yeah, they did.
Let me see Tampa's depth chart because it's going to bother me.
Yeah, Mayfield's gone. Guys, just in case, I'm updating my big board.
You know what? Robert Hainsey, well, he could. Do you think that they moved Tristan Wirfs to left tackle and put Hainsey at right tackle?
Hasn't listed as a guard.
It has Robert Hainsey listed as a guard?
Yeah, isn't that right there?
Yeah. No,
That's
I think he
weird.
was. Am I losing my mind?
That's what ESPN said.
They drafted him as a guard. That's what they submitted the card in for. That's
So
why
they
put that.
drafted him as a guard. Interesting.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll put that up. All right. Yeah, Donovan Smith is their left tackle, so I don't think they're gonna. I think Hainsey is just a guy that they'll develop and just take over down the road.
So that means that and the Patriots pick is in. So let's see who that is. Patriots pick is in. It just hasn't come up on my feed yet.
I feel like this is Michael Carter.
Yeah, I could see that. I do think running back makes sense here. Still don't see it. I think running back makes sense. I could see, I have in a lot of my mocks, I have the Patriots taking Stevenson in the 4th, but they could take someone earlier.
Yeah, like, I don't know. They did bring back James White, so I'm thinking. Let me look at their depth chart. Let's see. So, like, they could go wide receiver. Their defense is pretty good.
Oh, yeah, they could go wide receiver.
Well, they got Barmore, but I still feel like they could go defensive line.
The Patriots picked Ronnie Perkins, edge out of Oklahoma.
Okay.
It's a good pick.
That seems like a Patriots pick.
It also seems a little low for me for Perkins. Like, I feel like he's kind of a good, like a steal.
This is about where I had him.
And the Chargers are on the clock.
Yeah, Perkins, he's going to slide right in there. You know, they have guys like Chase Winovich, Kyle Van Noy. They drafted my guy last year out of Michigan to go with Winovich, Joshua Uche. So they re-signed Dietrich Wise, so they brought him back. They added Matt Judon. He's going to be a rotational guy. I don't think he'll be like a starter. You know what I mean? Perkins.
Yeah. Well, guys, I crashed again, but, like, I can't drink the coffee because the coffee was making me go insane. So, like, my body is just rejecting everything that I'm doing. So I'm just letting it happen. But we're almost at the end.
I can feel that.
I got, like, a pain, like, right here in my head, and I was like, this is it. Then I'm fine. I mean, I'm interested who the Chargers take. Let's see if it's updated.
LeBron James is back tonight with the Lakers. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Center from Stanford is still available.
Yep. But I have Drew Dahlman as a 6th-round pick.
Oh, I have Dahlman as a 3rd. David Moore, interior offensive line. He's my last 2nd-round pick remaining, highest grade. David Moore, Deontay Brown, Quinn Miners, Drew Dahlman.
Chargers select Trey McKitty.
Ooh, I like that.
Let me see if that's confirmed because that wasn't from an official source, but I just saw it on my feed. So let me confirm. Wait, and I just saw from an official Broncos get Miners. What? Are we behind? Like,
So now we're behind again? Okay.
No, we're not. So I do think that McKitty went to the Chargers, and then I think the Broncos took Miners. God, that's such a Broncos pick too, Miners. That just makes sense.
Oh my God. Miners,
Yep.
Lloyd Cushenberry? Oh, Lord. Send tweet. I'm gonna be a
Sorry.
jerk. I'm gonna be a jerk. You ready for this?
So sorry, Rams Twitter, that the Broncos drafted Quinn Miners. That is confirmed. I know how much you all loved him. But it's true. The Broncos did take Quinn Miners. I love that pick for them. That is such a Broncos. Jake and I are trolling Rams Twitter right now with our tweets. Did you quote tweet my tweet with that, or did you just tweet it?
I just tweeted that, but people get it.
Okay, so...
Oh, God.
Okay, and also, okay, so Quinn Miners is a story, but real quick before we delve into that, we should mention that Trey McKitty went to the Chargers, which I think is a great pick. I like Trey McKitty a lot.
I really like Trey McKitty. He's a transfer from FSU and very athletic tight end. He's a solid blocker, but I think he's going to be used more as a receiver. And they needed a guy because they lost Hunter Henry, of course, so to New England. So I definitely like the pick. Oh man.
I mean, so that means who's on the clock? So Dallas is back on the clock. I feel like Dallas has picked a lot. Man, Rams Twitter is going to be so bummed. They were convinced. I've never seen Rams Twitter as convinced that a player was going to the Rams as they were about Miners. And I don't know exactly why that is. I feel like it just like someone liked him and then it snowballed. Like, I don't know how that started, but
yeah,
it's a great pick for the Broncos. He just fits in there to me.
Yeah, Miners is man, they have a lot of talent on that offensive line.
Cowboys on the clock.
Reisner, Cushenberry, Garrett Bowles turned into a monster again. Like, they thought he was going to be a monster, but, like, I don't know what they plan on doing with Miners. I don't know if he's going to start or not. Trey McKitty, I actually had a third-round grade on. Surprised Brevin Jordan's still there, though.
Yeah, that is a little interesting to me that McKitty would go over Brevin Jordan. That's a little confusing to me. But again, they obviously like him.
Yeah, Cowboys are on the clock now.
And then the Titans.
My favorite.
Man, this dude is so obnoxious. I really don't know who Dallas is going to take.
I don't either.
Jabril Cox is still there. I'm getting to that point, guys. I'm crashing. I need something to happen.
Oh my God. Yeah, I woke up at 5.
Well, this is kind of taking... I think the pick is in. The
pick is in. I feel like Brevin Jordan makes a lot of sense.
For the Cowboys?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they missed out on Hunter Long. who I thought for sure would go there. But I guess not. I'm taking a selfie of us even though we're on live. The lighting weirdly makes this worse.
It's weird.
Okay. Who?
Deshaun Wright.
To the Cowboys?
Yeah.
I don't know who that is.
Wait, who?
Deshaun Wright.
What? Who is that?
I don't know who that is.
We got our first guy that's not even on my board.
Yeah. Cornerback. Yeah, Deshaun Wright, cornerback from Oregon State. Okay.
All right.
Don't know who that is, but
I can't say literally anything about somebody that I didn't watch, so sorry.
yeah, I mean, I don't know.
We
who
have
he
guys
is.
that I didn't even watch going ahead of the Fadi Melifonwu.
It's a shame.
I don't get it.
As long as he's there at 103 and they pick him, I don't care.
So the Titans now on the clock. So we 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks left in the third round. Okay, so that's like early for a guy that we don't know to be picked. Third round. It's usually like in the mid rounds that you start to get guys that, you don't scout or you don't.
Yeah, that's...
Well, I guess Dallas has done their homework.
Another guy they must have just fallen in love with.
Yeah, it's just like sometimes these picks are just personal.
AJ Schulte drafting a 7th round cornerback is sure something at 99. Okay, so I guess I don't feel that bad. I didn't see him. I gotta tell you, the fact they passed on Miners twice, I mean, they're gonna take Dahlman at 103.
I mean, hey, that's what you think. I mean, I think that's high for him, but
It's a little high. I definitely think he's a lot better than Brian Allen. I hated that pick so much. This is the first time I'm ever watching Deshaun Wright. Ooh. That's a good rep.
oh, I missed him.
Watch him be the best player in the entire draft. He's the greatest corner of all time. Oh, I missed him.
I hope he is.
With pick 100, the Titans select Elijah Molden.
Woo! So the Rams can't take him.
This is the greatest day of my life.
Don't say that yet.
Yeah,
you don't
I
know what could happen. At
I know.
pick one.
It's still the day the Rams passed on all those guys.
So the
for 2
Lions are
hours.
up next. Are the Lions finally going to go receiver? Oh wait, did they already? No, they've got to go receiver here. I could see him taking like.
Fahoko.
Yeah, I don't have him going the third. Tylan Wallace.
Yeah, I could see that. Did you nail it?
They took Melifonwu. The Detroit
Of course they did,
Lions.
because they're smart.
That's good.
Yeah, that's a good pick by them. The Detroit Lions just selected cornerback. Do you want to say it?
Ifeatu Melifonwu.
out of Syracuse.
I love what the Lions are doing. When they end up being a competitive team,
Yeah.
just remember that I kept telling you all
When the Lions are a playoff team and Jared Goff just. But here's what's interesting: they haven't given him any weapons.
Yeah, they did. They went out. I mean, they're not amazing guys, but they went out and they signed Tyrell Williams, a guy that I think was really finding his stride with the Chargers, gets hurt, and then opts out due to COVID. So they got him. They went out and got Rashad Perriman, who's one of the better deep threats in the league. Very, very underrated. And the guy has speed over the top. And then they actually went out and got Khalif Raymond, the guy that played pretty well with the Titans. They're not like these jump for joy, sexy names. But the thing is, they want to run the football, and they did draft a guy by the name of T.J. Hawkinson that's going to be their go-to receiver.
Yeah.
So.
Well, the 49ers are on the clock. So. Anyone else you love, Jake?
I'm shutting my mouth.
What about Jabril Cox?
He probably will be there at this point.
It's funny because someone asked me, they're like, why do you want Melifonwu so bad? Do you have like this affinity for Syracuse? I'm like, no, I hate Syracuse. I just love the player. Don't scout the helmet, scout the player. I don't have any issue with Syracuse football. It's just basketball, but.
Someone just said the Rams are on the clock. Who'd the 49ers take? My computer's choosing to just be so slow right now. I haven't seen anything. So they must have picked because Jordan Rodriguez said that the Rams are on the clock now.
The Rams select Carl from Twitter, cornerback, Alabama A&M.
Yeah. Love him. Okay. They're like, and the Rams just said they're on the clock now at 103. Who did the 49ers take? What did we miss? Someone want to drop it in the chat? Which, of course, is not loading for me, but if Jake wants to pull it up.
It's a backup tight end. I'm reading something I can't think of. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Wrong team.
The 49ers selected cornerback Ambry Thomas from Michigan.
I'll tell you where I had Ambry Thomas, okay?
I had him in the 4th.
I did not. Where's Ambry? Let's look at the bottom here. And, 7th rounder.
Well, the 49ers took him in the 3rd. Now the Rams are on the clock. Oh, and I don't think they're trading because I just don't. We could have a really good or really bad ending to this stream. Dan, if you see it before we do, don't say it.
No, I wasn't.
Check your message.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, that's amazing.
No, I didn't see it. Did you see it, Dan?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm just refreshing. I can't even look at the screen is behind, so it doesn't matter, but I'm nervous about who the Rams could take. I hope it's a good linebacker. I mean, I guess Jabril Cox would be fine. I hope it's Dylan Moses.
Ooh, I'd love Dylan
I would
Moses.
love if this was Dylan Moses.
That might heal everything. Love how I just used the word heal talking about an NFL draft.
It wouldn't heal the pick for me because I still feel like we wasted 57. Hasn't been announced yet. Let's see the NFL thing, if they say that the pick is in or not. I'm like,
I hope
nervous.
Melifonwu ends up being a freaking monster. He's going to be... All right, let's talk about this a little bit, okay? Because they haven't made their pick yet.
Wait, but hold on. Okay, hold on. The
Oh, it
Rams
is
pick is in.
Okay, who is it?
Ernest Jones, linebacker from South Carolina.
Oh, my God. Just... This... Wow. They're really trying to have the worst draft.
So many thoughts. First off, I can't comprehend this right now because again, it's like I would have rather them taken Charles Snowden.
So Ernest Jones, I have 7th round grade. What?
I
the
have
hell?
him. I have a 7th round grade on him too. Okay.
Oh my
Jabril
God.
Cox, Cameron McGrone, Dylan Moses, Baron Browning, Garrett Wallow, Derek Barnes, Charles Snowden, Tony Fields, Isaiah McDuffie, Justin Hilliard, Grant Stewart, Ernest Jones. This is just so.
Are they in every other year team? Like their draft next year will be fire?
I guess it's asking too much to just have consistency. Ah.
It's funny because Dylan Sanders on Twitter's like, Rams having a bad draft. Sorry if you disagree, Jake. I'm like, I don't disagree. I just feel bad for everybody that's watching and is stuck with us. And
I mean, what is going on? I can't, like, hold on. Give me, I can't even comment on this I need to, like, let this process in my brain. I'm trying to, like, AJ Schulte said, so it was really Brad Holmes all along. Yeah, I mean, that's what it appears like because this is like, hold on, guys. I want to open your chat.
I think it's COVID.
Dylan Moses is like, did you guys hear all the linebackers that I listed that are better than Ernest Jones? What? Do the Rams watch these guys or do they just like pick at will?
Oh God, Adam just asked me what my verdict is on the Rams draft grade so far. How do I answer this without using explicitives?
Okay, anyways. Who's on the clock now? The Baltimore Ravens and the Denver Broncos are the last 2 picks of tonight. I'm just like, wow. Could they have blown it any more today?
They really drafted someone named Ernest.
I just think like
All right,
Ernest Jones.
Let's go to the Ernest Jones.
Okay, real quick. The Ravens just drafted someone I've never heard of, so now it's 2. The Baltimore Ravens selected Brandon Stevens, defensive back from SMU. So I don't know who that is. I like him getting a headache. I don't know if it's from the coffee or from the stress. I cannot believe that. Like, could we have done any? We took 2 6th to 7th round guys in the 3rd round.
All right, so he's a 6'1", 230 linebacker. He benched 19 reps, which obviously you'd like to see him bench more than that at 230. Great vertical, great broad jump, so he has elite explosive grade. Ran a 4.7 40, so he's not a sideline-to-sideline linebacker. Awesome. And then his 3-cone is horrendous.
Hold on a second. I'm making a meme.
You didn't have to say you were making a meme. Everything about this moment is a meme, okay? Like, it's literally... so bad.
I think 57 was more of a meme.
I'm not opting out of the draft tomorrow. Oh, yeah, it's not ideal. Guys, we've stayed at over 100 the entire stream. I friggin' love you.
You guys
All
are the
of you.
best. Yeah, right? Like, we are giving you quicker coverage than ESPN.
I can't. Like,
I hope I can make this
sorry,
fast.
I haven't upgraded. I keep saying upgrade. Not upgrading anything.
There's one more pick left. Dan, can you please let me know when that's in because I'm making a meme?
Yeah.
Thank you. Before I make this meme, this is the right person, right?
Yeah.
This is gonna, if I can get this out quick enough, this is gonna hit.
They really took Ernest Jones over Jabril Cox. They actually did that. That really happened. They took Ernest Jones over Jabril Cox and Dylan Moses and
He meant that.
Cameron McGrone and Baron Browning.
That sounds something out of the Joker movie.
Yeah. It's, I actually am like, I'm just like infuriated at this point. Like, this is just like pathetic. Like, this is a joke.
Guys, I'm I don't think people expected me to just blast out laughing. Look, I don't even care. Like, Ernest Jones can end up playing great, right? But it's, again, who's available. I didn't have a high grade on him, but look at who's available. Oh my God. My 4-year-old says Jones is good.
This is just like I mean, it is laughable. Like, at this point, like, what are we supposed to do?
I feel bad. I mean, I hope they're great, and it's not those It's not those players. It's the pick. It's the decision. It's who's available. It's the value, and you're not getting value with this. Ernest Jones would have been there in like the 6th round. Oh my Lord. Love sharing the pain with you guys, Jake and Alexis. It makes it a lot easier. Safety in numbers. Man, I'm going to bed. LOL. Straight up Joker.
Man, you're gonna have to tell me if this meme makes sense.
Oh God, you didn't post it before you asked me if it
No.
makes sense, right?
Hold on. I don't know if I've done this. I'm doing this so fast that it might not.
Oh, I love this.
Does it?
This is a work of art. Oh my God.
This is a good one.
Who took it, or what pick is it?
Broncos.
Of
Okay,
course.
last
So
pick in the
they
third
killed
round.
The draft every year.
Last 2 picks. Ace.
The Broncos with the last pick today just took Baron Browning from Ohio
my
State.
God. Of course they did.
Of course
'cause
they
they're
did.
Smart.
I hope people understand this meme. Man. Okay, so
Ernest Jones or Clay Johnston? Clay Johnston. He was more productive. And honestly, before he tore his ACL, Clay Johnston put on tape that was worthy of being drafted on day 2. Ernest Jones is a day 3 pick. I do not like this.
if you guys like WandaVision and are Rams fan, go to my Twitter and let me know if that meme makes sense.
I mean, guys, we could be wrong. Just because we're saying this, it doesn't mean that we're right. I'm just, you guys want our opinions. It's our opinions.
I'm waiting to hear in the chat what they think. But yeah, this is just like My Twitter is at the Alexis Kraft. So that's the and then Alexis Alexis Kraft Kraft.
It's in the graphic.
It's in the graphic, yeah.
Oh my God, his comparison on NFL Network is Micah Kaiser. You cannot make this up.
That's why the Rams were like, OMG.
A Micah Kaiser that doesn't get hurt.
Let's make Micah Kaiser and Ernest Jones our inside linebackers.
Oh, Jesus.
It's almost just... Well, guys... we need ASMR, Alexis. Anything to get rid of the pain. Just wait. It's coming this weekend. I will be doing something with ASMR this weekend. Thanks, guys, for the compliments on the meme. I'm glad that it makes sense because it was something that made sense in my head, but I didn't know if I could execute it. And if I had more time, I would have made it better, but I just felt like I needed to get it out in the heat of the moment while it was still fresh. Yeah, this has just been a huge bummer. I don't know that... bye, Joseph. Thank you.
Appreciate you, Joseph.
Yeah, this has just been a huge bummer of a day if you're a Rams fan because I don't know if there's been a worse day of the draft. Like the Rams have had some pretty bad drafts, but like I don't know if there's been one this bad in a while. Like this is taking a 6th round guy in the 2nd round and a 7th round guy in the 3rd round.
Yeah, I'm just...
And let me point out that it just goes to show that no one actually truly knows anything because these are 2 guys that no one in the Rams universe was reporting on.
You guys who don't like these picks are not Rams fans. I'm reading it because, like, I'm assuming you're joking because if not, that's an idiotic thing to say. Like, I don't like the pick, so I'm not a Rams fan. It's dumb. Get out of this stream.
I just think that people, you know, everyone can feel how they want to feel, but
literally everyone can feel how they want to feel. Here's the thing, okay? Newsflash: people are gonna like the pick. People are not gonna like the pick. Be respectful of that. Like, don't just be like, you know, it's just. I don't like that. Don't trash everyone else because they don't have the same mindset as you. It's not cool.
Well, it just goes with the mindset of like, you know, people who think that like that you have to just like think that everything your GM or your coach does is amazing, and like if you criticize your team, you're not a fan. Like, don't follow blindly.
Well, here's the thing I find.
We don't represent Rams fans.
I'm from upstate New York covering the Los Angeles Rams. I've literally been watching them since they've been in St. Louis. Like I remember when Scott Covington was the quarterback. So call me not a Rams fan. That's totally cool. But I have been following this team constantly.
I'm from St. Louis.
I laugh at that. You're not a Rams fan because you're not from LA. So do St. Louis people not matter? I always found that really funny.
I'm from St. Louis and I'm still a Rams fan.
Yeah.
I don't know if these people are being serious or trolling. I'm not gonna lie. I don't.
Well,
know if these guys.
No, that one guy's trolling. I think.
Well, whatever.
Who the hell is Scott Covington? Exactly. He was the emergency quarterback for the Rams. Jamie Martin was hurt. Kurt Warner was hurt. Scott Covington, he wore number 4.
Well.
Okay.
Dan, thank you for sticking around.
St. Louis fans are very important people.
What did someone say?
Scott Covington started a game in 2002 and forgot all the plays. Yeah, that's him. I'm removing the crayon eaters.
Someone said I don't agree with the 2-2 pick, but the Jones one is great. Listen, I hope it's a great pick. I do. I hope that we're wrong on him. I don't see it, but I would say that I see a little bit more potential in Atwell than I do Jones. The thing with Atwell was just that we needed other things more, and it just seemed like a reach. Like if you're gonna take a receiver, Terrace Marshall was right there. Atwell to me is a 6th-round guy, more of a gadget guy. He's not someone you take in the 2nd round. That's what's confusing to me about that. But
I do remember Jamie Martin.
I love how my Twitter basically just was like, my computer was basically just like, I'm done, and it hasn't loaded anything. They're like, it's literally just like, we are over
Be like,
this.
yeah, I'm out. What was the last pick of this round?
Baron Browning.
Oh, that
to
was
Denver.
the last. Oh my god. Oh my god.
So here's some guys that are still available. Linebacker Jabril Cox, safety Jamar Johnson. I'm reading this tweet from Thor Nystrom because I don't have my thing pulled up. But wide receiver Tylan Wallace, defensive lineman Davion Nixon. You got Trey Smith, inside offensive lineman from Tennessee. Wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown. That is surprising. Defensive lineman Marvin Wilson. Hazma Nasruddin. I always pronounce that wrong. Florida State, Michael Carter, North Carolina. There's some good guys out there still. And it's just crazy that they're still out there and that you got guys that I would not be shocked if they went undrafted. Let me go back to your guys' comments. Someone said I'm from St. Louis. Tool. I'm losing my mind. Jake and Alexis Rock. Thank you. Joseph. Sorry, I lost my spot when I was reading.
Appreciate you, Joseph. No, I'm not very. I'm happy. I'm with my homie over here. We're having a good time, throughout this process. Obviously, the Rams picks have dumbed it down a little bit, but we're having fun. We got Dan over there in the corner,
Not picture,
Not
but he is
picture.
on my Twitter. I did post a picture of Dan.
He does exist. He's not invisible.
We haven't lost our minds that much to where we've made up an imaginary person in the corner. I don't know. This was just like as a Rams fan, I have to say that this was really disappointing. I mean, it's never fun to see other teams make just like the Browns just absolutely kill it, and then our team is just
Yeah, and
honestly, and I mean this, the Rams have had the worst draft out of every team so far. I think position-wise.
from what I have seen, it's really bad.
It's not even close because
it's a
there's
6th and a 7th rounder they got in the 2nd and 3rd round.
Yeah, and because here's the thing. There's teams like the Colts where, I think they've had a bad draft position-wise. They've taken good players, but I'm kind of like, that is a weird fit to me. But, not only did the Rams do the wrong positions, other than Ernest Jones, I guess. But I just feel like they reached really far. But also, I'll say it, this just goes to show, you look, Twitter, guys, draft Twitter, NFL Twitter.
You did it. Oh, you posted it. I didn't even realize.
No one knows what they're talking. I mean, we do know, but we don't. Because, the Rams just took 2 guys that no one on Rams Twitter ever reported anything about the Rams being interested in.
Yeah.
So, I mean, people want to, we can speculate, but it doesn't mean that it's true. Thanks. He's sharing my meme. Well, is there anything else we should touch on?
I mean, we could talk a little bit about tomorrow and then probably head out.
Yeah, so tomorrow we're going to be here the entire round 3, which starts at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific.
Round 4, and then round 5, round 6, round 7, day 3. You said round 3.
Oh, day 3.
Yeah, day 3.
Yeah, tomorrow's day 3.
Yeah.
Round 4 starts at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We're going to be here for the whole thing. It's going to get a little sloppy in the sense of we are going to be sitting here for hours. I might sleep in the chair. I might do some laps. I'm going to have coffee again. We probably will have food. We are... Are you laughing at me or something in your
Just
chat?
everything. Just
Oh.
everything right now. No, I mean, I thought today went pretty well as far as our production. We didn't have any issues.
Yeah, that's a bonus. We didn't have everything shut down at once.
Maybe if we had issues, the Rams would have picked better. Like,
Why can two things not go right for us?
no. All right, so tomorrow, day 3, best quarterback available, I believe, is Ian Book. Best running backs available, you have Kenneth Gainwell. Really surprised he fell out of the 3rd round.
I am, but I'm not. I mean, yeah, it's still good value, I think, to grab him in the 4th.
And like the track record Memphis running backs have, like they're starting to really churn out talent. So I was surprised by that. Kylan Hill, at Mississippi State. He's I had him as a 2nd round grade. Then you have Puka Williams, Khalil Herbert, Jamar Jefferson, Michael Carter, Elijah Mitchell, who thought could have gone.
Are we going through all these?
No, just to this.
Oh.
And then Simi Fehoko, Tylan Wallace, they didn't go.
Deontay Brown, inside offense, like guard. That is actually surprising to me.
Deontay Brown, David Moore, Brevin Jordan did not go. Stone Forsythe is still there. Jordan Smith, Patrick Johnson, Hamilcar Rashid, Quincy Roche, Janarius Robinson, Ellerson Smith, Dylan Moses. Well, I can now take out Baron Browning. Jabril Cox is still there. Cam McGrone, Garrett Wallow, Derek Barnes, Charles Snowden, Tony Fields, Isaiah McDuffie. The Rams met with him a bunch of times, but apparently they've already settled on their linebacker situation. Noah Fonwu's gone, so that would be Tay Gowan. I have as best available. Cam Bynum, Robert Rochelle, Keith Taylor Jr., and then safety is loaded.
So I have some notes from Jordan Rodriguez about Ernest Jones. Basically, he's an inside linebacker. They've settled on that, him and the Rams. And that he had no idea the Rams were going to come get him in the draft. But, that the Rams were high on him, and they said that Chris Shula was basically who he talked to from the Rams, and that he doesn't think it's right if the middle linebacker doesn't lead the team in tackles. So he set that expectation for himself. So he's going to play inside linebacker. We wanted them to take an inside linebacker, but there's just better options, like Cameron McGrone.
I just can't believe the athletes and then the Rams. Well, shout out, Blaine actually wrote an article, Sneed Snacks, and he talked about the top linebackers that made the most sense for the Rams, and like based on what they've done in the past and like their archetype, right? So in his article, I'll read this and then we'll end this. He said, Ernest Jones might be the perfect fit for the Rams. There's one guy at linebacker that I had to put my money on the Rams drafting. It's Jones. He put up elite scores in the vertical and broad jump during his testing, jumping 38.5 inches in the vertical and 10.6 feet in the broad jump. He's also extremely lengthy with 33.375-inch arms. He's a disciplined tackler. A disciplined tackler, actually compares very well to Micah Kaiser in that area. He'll need to develop in coverage, but he can be an early contributor with a good training camp. So I think the issue is that, like, Blaine nailed it. Like, that's the guy that they would go after. The biggest issue with Ernest Jones, I don't think it's the player necessarily. It's where he went. I think Jones is probably going to be a good special teamer. I think Jones has an opportunity to be like Troy Reeder, Micah Kaiser, Kenny Young.
But why are you taking him in the 3rd?
Exactly. So my point is that he has a chance to develop into that. But when you look at guys like Dylan Moses, you look at guys like Jabril Cox and Cam McGrone, to me, those guys can start for you, and they're arguably one of the better linebackers on your roster. Not a fan of where he was picked. If they got him in the 6th or 7th round, it's a good pick. If they get him in the 3rd round, it changes.
It's the same thing with Atwell. It's just, why are you taking these guys in the 2nd and the 3rd round? That's the problem. Not so much the player.
Yeah. I'm curious to see if they go Charles Snowden, by the way. They had 3 picks in the 4th round. Snowden has that impressive length.
I don't think they do after taking Jones.
Well, he's more of a tweener, so he's like a hybrid pass rusher / he could be outside linebacker, inside linebacker. But I don't know. I hope he's right as well. Blaine obviously wasn't happy with him going at 103, but he did call the pick. And I know there's some people on here, Ram Fan Ashton said he loved the pick. Exactly. It's the value. I think they could have gotten him a lot later. The guys that were falling, the fact linebacker really hasn't been addressed as well in this draft as previous. I just think the trend would have pointed to the fact that he would have fallen. And so the fact that they took him in the third round is just a bummer. But all right, we're about to hit midnight here. So any last words, Alexis, before we head off?
Nothing comes to mind that is safe for a live broadcast.
All right. Well, with that grim thought, you can go and you can type in at the Alexis Kraft on Twitter. You can actually go and follow her. You should be doing that. And you can follow me at Jake Ellenbogen DTSN. You can follow Adam, who was invisible, but he'll be back tomorrow. Not actually invisible, but he'll be back tomorrow at Renegade Adam. You can follow at Downtown Rams. And you can subscribe to this channel. Be sure to hit that like button, the thumbs up button. And we'll be back tomorrow, noon Eastern time, 9 Pacific time. All right? You guys have a great night, and we'll see you tomorrow.